Hello. We should be going live now. And, just like a few parts ago, I want to show off just a couple of, very quick, highlights from Paper Mario, because, yeah, I probably won't get another chance to show these. So, last time we saw, the Fuzzy's Very, Very Bad Day, and now I'll just let this one speak for itself. Random Shy Guy stagehand slays dragon. Yep. Yes, Tay, I am a little late today, but I was just, setting up stuff. So now, the next highlight is... So that puts him down to 1 HP. I'm on 2 HP. Bowser defeated by counter. I just thought that was kind of a funny way to see him go down. But anyway, back to the actual game you came here for. I still love the Shy Guy kill stealing. It's just like, yep. Generic Shy Guy saw that opportunity to kill steal. And he went for it. Frankie Seward, I really wish I could be loving Metaphor right now, but my copy didn't ship. There was an error, so I'm not getting it until, like, tomorrow, I think. But, yeah, anyway. Yeah, Bobbery has an attack that lets him counter any direct attacks, and that was the one time it was useful in my whole run. Of course, Bowser would be defeated by charging into an obvious trap, yeah. Hey, Pizza Time. So, welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Last time, we got through, the first argument from Team Rocket, Eustace Winner and Gavel in the Ice Sculpture Gallery in the present. And we're going to be getting through a couple of segments that are very, very short, I think, coming up. But we should be going into the second pass segment soon. And they're really interesting. Also, you might notice here with my file, I have removed the Taint of Story mode. Also, this is spoiling that Miss Scone is going to be testifying in a moment. But yes, I went back and replayed Delicia's Room investigation and all of that, just so I could get to this point without having the Taint of Story mode on my file. So now I actually will get achievements. It didn't take too long. Alright, gotta remember the weird Zodiac stuff. So, Autumn Wing, there's a Taurus/Aries, duality plus a Pisces-Gemini. No, not Pisces. Yeah, I think it's Pisces-Gemini duality. Also, I just realized the guy holding the jug of water is probably Aquarius. And that's what Famfrit is based on in Final Fantasy, 12. Yay, story mode is dead, says the KGB. Sorry to keep you losers waiting. Wait, hang on. So, Gregory and Bad are lovely young boys, but the guy who's 17 is a lovely young man, okay. Well, at least she's openly admitting to being a pharmacist now. Okay, wow. I'm pretty sure she called him Bestie in the fan translation. I'm just trying to remember, because, like, she has a nickname for everyone. Also, she hasn't aged at all in 18 years. Milesy Smiles, she has the same amazing nickname logic as Fender does, yeah. Makes me feel my age. Yes, Eustace the Pooh. And now he's gonna get his head stuck in honey pots. He probably would, honestly. Oh no, she's letting him give the questions. That's not gonna end well. Moody Judy. Well, actually, that fits on several levels. Oh, yes, I didn't do much. Just whipped up an antidote for the death poison. Yeah, I like Bestie, too. Seeing in the chat. This game is now banned in China, Flametick says, because of the Winnie the Pooh reference. I love how they, like, blurred him in Kingdom Hearts 3. They basically turned Winnie the Pooh into this abomination that must not be seen. Yeah, for those who don't know, the reason why that happens is because there was a meme comparing, the Chinese president to Winnie the Pooh, and then, yeah, that caused China to ban Winnie the Pooh because they considered it political propaganda. Yes, that's real. Huh, well, yeah, kept a pretty well-stocked medical room, I see. Oh, this game actually does have a Chinese localization? That's actually kind of cool, because I know I've said this before, but I remember that back during the fan translation, there was a French fan translation of the first game being worked on at the same time, because the original Investigations 1 did not get an official French localization. Wow, he's calling her Miss Delicious. Famous these days, huh? Well, he's had quite the glow-up since the Seahorse days. Confectionery crafting king of the world. Wasn't that the prize for the contest? Yeah, I do like how they did Delicia's British accent. Yeah, I don't think there was really as much we did about in the fan translation, apart from attempts to adapt the height gag. Yeah, in the shops is a bit of a Britishism too, I feel. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, like, I do remember this scene. In the Japanese version, she was equally vague about what she's referring to. Those. Yep, definitely talking about cockroaches here. John Charles, who do I imagine voicing K? I don't know. I was watching a live stream a while back of someone playing Investigations 1, and she did a really good K voice. I mean, it was kind of like a little bit nasally and annoying, but I guess it's supposed to be like that. But like I do mean that in the best possible way, like on purpose. She also did a great old bag voice. Well, I mean, you're a pharmacist, you probably should know what happens when those things are mixed. Do not mix with products containing ubiquium ever. You may make a deadly poison. Oops, we shouldn't have told people how to do that. And, death. Side effects may include death. 500 mils of each chemical. Oh, hey, they're actually using milliliters. Although, I mean, do they really, like, I don't know how much, I know about the Imperial, like, system in the US, but I don't know how much they measure things in, like, ounces and, and like, do they, or is that a British thing? Just to kind of, because I mostly know, like, ounces in terms of, like, Games Workshop paints. Yeah, Japanese, for some reason, doesn't like saying the word cockroach, according to the chat. Yeah, I think it's like gokiburi or something like that, but it's yeah, there's a lot of gags in Japanese about people being afraid to say that word. Ugh, chaotic caper, yeah. Roaches crawling on you when you're asleep is awful. That only happened to me one time when I was, like, sleeping on the floor when renovations were going on in my house, and, like, it just feels scratchy when they crawl on you, so it's just like, yeah, that's not good. Cheap as chips, that's also a very Britishism. Asphyxion's more watery and it's white in color, okay. What exactly is Asphyxion used for, just like on its own? Oh yeah, David, Donvid in the chat, yeah, it's like in Prohibition when they would sell grape juice and go and put a label saying, please do not ferment for X amount of days or else you'll get alcohol, wink wink, nudge nudge. Festside Ultra's made for the company you work for. Yeah. Free samples of industrial strength pesticide. Oh, Donvid also says that in Earthbound, some of the cockroach enemies in Japanese are just called things like it and that thing. Yeah, it definitely feels like, yeah, like it's definitely not spoken very much in Japanese. Strange, I thought she suspected Miss Scone. She must have, because she suspects everyone. Some Asian says if you had a death note, you'd write, like, just all cockroaches. Like, I mean, kind of, I wonder if they're actually useful for something. Like, I know that spiders, you don't want to kill spiders because they keep the pest down. I mean, it's pretty obvious they open from the top if you look at the way this, like, you know, the way that lid is sliding off. Temperature inside can be adjusted, okay. So they all have separate temperatures inside the glass cases than outside. We're lucky you escaped alive. Ubiquium was on the underside of the top of that case. And it freezes at 26 degrees. Good to know. Ah, yeah, I had a feeling this is what would happen. So yeah, like, again, to reiterate, the whole Mr. Thief thing is actually a bit of a lost in translation, because in Japanese it's more that Edgeworth was too polite to call it Chan, so he calls it San. I don't know what the heck you're talking about, but take it away. That sums up this guy entirely.
Overruled.
Or not. It's Fahrenheit, yes. Okay, I wonder if I know where this is going. Oh, yeah, Ender Lollipop guy. So, Steel Samurai, I don't think I actually mentioned this back in Case 1. Steel Samurai in Japanese is, Tono-saman, which comes from Tono-sama, which means feudal lord in Japanese, and man, like a superhero name. So it's like Tono-saman, like, you know, samurai man, basically. And I believe the pink princess is Hime-saman, and I forget what the Iron Infant is called. I mean, the Iron Infant isn't that relevant because he only appears in one game, in one case in the whole series, but still. Who released the poison gas? I don't think there was, anybody in here except the victim himself. He may have done it by accident. Maybe?
Take that!
Yeah. Yeah, this case is the longest with 29 chapters if you go with in-game... Wait, it's the longest in all Ace Attorney if you go with in-game chapters? I mean, I'm not surprised. This is a very long case, but still. Well, you heard it first. Useless winner is scared of holograms. Yeah, I feel like Rise from the Ashes I don't know how many chapters that has in the trilogy re-release, but, like, Rise from the Ashes does feel a lot longer than this does. I don't know if that's just a pacing thing. Because, like, while this is a long case, it's split between past and present, so it's kind of like two smaller cases at the same time. That's also why I feel like Turnabout Revolution in Spirit of Justice isn't, like, super long either. I like how Gumshoe was talking about that there. Oh yeah, I think I remember this sequence as well. This is pretty directly translated. Yeah, yeah, I had a feeling. So, like, we had that burner. I feel like the burner was definitely used here. But why would Gusto want to, like, burn through the top of a hatch? Yeah, this case has a lot of parts, but they are, like, some of the parts are quite short. I don't actually think this is longer than Turnabout Revolution, or... I don't know, like, Turnabout Revolution doesn't even feel that long to me. That expression that he said just makes me wonder if cream is, actually healthy for cats. Oh, I'm sorry, but you never get to figure anything out first. Endo Lollipop Guy says, you remember Maya having, Rafa having that Maya flashback? Yeah, it's probably the blowtorch.
Take that!
The Maya flashback in Turnabout Revolution, 7 times. Oh, wow. I recently watched a video essay on the Dressrosa arc in One Piece. I cannot believe that, they showed a flashback 48 times in the anime. And the flashback was only shown once in the manga. It's just like, seriously, like... anime people, don't try and adapt one manga chapter to one episode that never... Well, apparently Dressrosa is actually 0.86 manga chapters to one anime episode. But yeah, I agree, Mel Mully, Revolution is basically 2 cases. So it seems like somebody may have set a trap for him. There's frozen ubiquium around the lid, and then he melts it, and then the thawed ubiquium drips onto the asphyxion, and that causes the gas. Nuh-uh. Yeah, I kind of like that wording. Yeah, so Jukemon, the thing about Spirit of Justice and flashbacks, I feel like, I've already explained this, I feel like Ace Attorney flashbacks are kind of necessary because you can save and quit at any point in the case, so if you come back to it, like, later, you may need the flashback for context on things. Yes, let's update this so that Winner can actually follow along. Such a goofy name for a chemical. Well, in Japanese, yeah, if you watch the previous part, you'll have the explanation. Also, look, the air vent looks like it's examinable. Well, not the air vent, the temperature control, so that must be relevant to something. But yeah, The chemical names were this goofy in Japanese too, I'll just say. I wonder if there are JoJo references at some point in this series. Like, I wouldn't be totally surprised. Romaine Latous's last words being repeated like 6 times. The witness is Siren. Yeah, I remember that. But it's nowhere near as bad. Also, this was kind of horrifying. It's nowhere near as bad as having to see the guitar serenade over and over and over and over and over and over again. The poisonous gas thing just makes me think, like, there's a film Red, which is short for Retired Extremely Dangerous. It has Bruce Willis in it. It's a pretty good film, but, like, there's a bit near the end where they have to, like, cause a distraction, and it happens by, like, one of them really, really hammily yelling, "Gas! I smell gas!" and trying to get everyone out of the room with, like, the most overdramatic yelling ever. I do like one element of Romaine's last words, though, that actually means something different to what you think it means. Why the heck a doodle-doo? I've never seen anyone say that before. Yeah, it definitely feels like somebody wanted people to mistake the Autumn Wing for the Winter Wing. We established that last time. Like, they're set up very similar. Sixes and sevens. I wonder if sixes and sevens is Cockney rhyming slang. Also, hi, oh, Lady Virgilia's in the chat. Hi there. I hope you're okay after your, like, yeah, she's working on a really big video right now, which should hopefully release soon, but, yeah. Take it easy after that. I do like Eddie's speech patterns, yeah. Like, as much as it kind of hurts to lose the Uncle Ray thing, because I found that endearing in the fan translation, the speech patterns do make up for it. Time to see how quickly I convince Mr. Winner. Oh no, that's not going to end well. Romaine Latouche is from Case 3 of Apollo Justice, which is actually my least favorite case in the whole series. But also, one thing that I didn't actually realize for ages is that Romaine Latouche, his name is the same in Japanese. And it's a pun on romaine lettuce in both languages. Oh no. Oh this! I think I remember what he's about to say. Yeah, Yamazaki and Takumi have different styles of writing. I think I actually went into this in an earlier stream, but, like, I do think they're both good in their own ways. It's just, like, I think Takumi has some really, really good cases. I think he's more consistent, but at the same time, I do also think that his worst, he does have my 2 least favorite cases in the series, though, Big Top and Serenade. Yeah, here we go. The man was gonna end it all, a dramatic exit state left. Yeah, so in Japanese, he needs it a little more, literally. He says that, like, he thought that if he was going to, like, you know, commit, you know, Sudoku, he'd look refined if he did it in an art gallery. Okay, I'm screenshotting this. Winner's prerogative? Yeah, you say a pun on his name and he will immediately snap to attention. The child wrangling to a professional, yeah. She is basically his babysitter. Yeah, apparently Big Top was popular in Japan. Yes, he wanted to unalive himself, but he just wanted to do it with poison gas in an art gallery for some reason. I'm sorry. I'm screenshotting this too. Wait, what? Well, now they're blindly accusing people. I saw somebody in the chat last time say that they didn't think that Delisha could possibly be evil, but you know, Ace Attorney has done dramatic transformations before. Oh yeah, I believe that line was similar in Japanese. Yeah, a lot of the Kurainese, like, significant characters are the same. Like, Inga is the same in Japanese. Well, not the middle name, but yeah. Rafer is the same in Japanese. Wait, did he seriously say, get a load of this? Get a load of this. Well, yeah, but you know, Larry has an artist, and therefore you accuse him because he had access to the paint used to make the poison, so you are really stepping things up here, just saying. I mean, granted, this is true, but still. A literal card-carrying pharmacist.
Objection!
Oh no, my own fingerprints are on my own thing. Who would have thought? Okay, so the bottle was on the victim. Interesting. Jukemon, I swear I can't ever unhear Eggman, yeah. I mean, he's one of the few voice actors who survived, like, a voice actor recast multiple times. It makes sense. I mean, yeah, I agree, Still Poker Ninja, that these accusations aren't 100% unfounded, but they aren't really founded either. Stolen, okay. So, chocolates, glowing cloth with a machine attached to it. So she actually does have a theft report for this. I'm not used to Eustace's new voice, says Jay. I mean, I like it personally. He's a prosecutor, he doesn't know what a crime report is, wow. That's another Britishism, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I miss Pro ZD as Gregory as well. I can just imagine, like, there being just one cockroach and she just pours the entire bottle onto it. And the cockroach just disintegrates. Yeah, this line right here, I think I remember this being surprisingly vague in Japanese. Like, it was weird to tell what Kay was referring to exactly. But I think it was still a rolled up newspaper. Hey, what do I do now? I'm stuck. But I do like the fact that Miss Scone is surprisingly smart. Like, when she's accused, she's like, oh, hey, no, I have evidence proving that this is stolen. I mean, it's entirely possible that you could forge a crime report like this, but, like, you know, it seems pretty legit. Me when I carry a rat poison with me everywhere I go, exactly. And also, yeah, this is true. Like, that would totally implicate her. I mean, isn't this just like a process of elimination, though? Who had the means to steal the infesticide ultra and dress up one room to look like another? Well, yeah, I mean, she owns the art gallery. She's really the only one who could have done that. Plus, we've ruled out, Delisha, and that guy's unconscious, so... And Larry is Larry, so there's kind of no other options at this point.
Take that!
Yeah, it's like he already wondered something. Miles Areno. I mean, granted, yeah, Kay Faraday is a thief, but still. I'm back with results! Okay, yeah, that is legit. We may have been a little hasty. We, yes, we, not me specifically. I think that Jewel Destiny's Edgeworth voice is fine. I mean, it's Kyle Hebert. He's a pretty good voice actor. Yes, that would also be important. Yes, we should totally do that. Larry being Larry is the best argument ever to not be suspected. Like, I believe, like, there is actually a TV trope. Also, I like Eustace's sprite here. There's actually, like, a TV trope for somebody being ruled out of suspicion on account of being too dumb to have actually committed the crime. Although, actually, thinking about it, there's one mystery that I saw fairly recently where the culprit was actually cornered simply because they're an idiot. Like, the fact they were that dumb proves they were the one who did it. Because nobody else would have been stupid enough to do the crime in such an overt way. That was kind of an interesting twist. Winning strategy, yes. Oh, right. Now I remember. I do like how the fountain looks like a chocolate fountain. However... Yeah, so Lady Vigilia, the sprites, also there's a dead body right now. In the HD version, you have the option of either the original pixel sprites or new HD sprites, and I'm using the new HD sprites. So these sprites didn't look this pretty in the DS version. Oh, don't tell me. Again? And yep, of course, dead body reported. People are referencing both Among Us and Danganronpa in the chat right now. Yeah. I do like the whole setup of this, how it's just like, it's the IS-7 incident take 2, but somebody must have set this up specifically to just echo all the same things that happened in the past. So yep, it's time that we go back to the past again. Yep, or as Fender says, another trip down memory lane. So yeah, that segment's pretty short. You don't even get to, like, investigate the Little Thief section. And unfortunately, I am still sneezing like this time last week. There must be some pollen out on Mondays. I definitely wasn't sick last week, but Yep, it's time travel time. Is it a coincidence that both the official and fan translation are named based on gustation? Not really. I think it's because the Japanese name, came from, like, full of flavor, literally. And also, because of, like, jokes, from Delicia, the last name has to be, like also reference to wind. So having gust in it and also, gusto, I like gusto a lot, yeah. So yeah, a bit of a recap of what happened last time. Oh, Ratatouille also used Gusteau. I mean, chef's name Gusteau are just a trope in general. I feel like that's been in multiple things. So all of his ice sculptures had melted, but also Von Karma was interfering with the investigation because Von Karma. So, yep, we're back again. Yeah, so, like, someone actually wondered, like, some people thought that Gusto was made Russian in the fan translation. I don't think so, as far as I know. I don't think he was implied to be a foreigner in the Japanese script either. Delicia was definitely British even in the Japanese version. Mr. Von Karma wasn't very happy. Well, I mean, what else is new? Again, what else is new? Yes, back to the legendary Greg, wow. So that's a joke from my Fire Emblem Engage videos, but yeah, this literally is a legendary Greg. Yeah, like, I believe in Japan, prosecutors do actually investigate crime scenes, so it's not actually, like, inaccurate what happens in Ace Attorney most of the time. Others might prefer the endless now. That is a good line. Yeah, so I believe this song, like, I've heard the official name of this song is A Veteran Attorney's Wisdom. Which works pretty well. Yeah, now, I don't remember if... I don't think I did this scene. I do know that I did one of the cross-examinations in the second pass segment, a really important one, but I don't know if I ever did this one. Chocolates! Rather misshaped and incredibly sweet, Tangaroa's favorite. Oh, I remember what's revealed in this section now. Because, like, you think they revealed a lot in the last pass segment, there's actually a decent amount more to go. As far as, like, character motivations and things like that. There's a bit more that we haven't found. I mean, that's actually what kind of happens in most Ace Attorney cases. Like, the day one of the investigation just kind of sets up the basics, and then in day two, you get deeper into the characters' motives and everything about that, and some more backstory gets revealed. Yes, again, another reason why I ship these two. And here we go, speaking of backstories. Yeah, she was abandoned as a baby and Mr. Tangaroa took her in. So yeah, he is basically her adoptive father. Samson Tangaroa was the second biggest shot you had with the new names in this game, Don Vid. It's a decent, yeah, so I found out that Tangaroa being a Maori sea god might refer to his Japanese surname literally meaning heavenly sea, Tenkai, which, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I still do have a soft spot for Jeff Master because the official localization doesn't actually translate his nickname. He originally was called Tenkaichi, or Best on Earth, because Tenkai Issei. Okay, well, at least we have this photo. Now, the sculptures are gone. Oh no, almost Christmas PTSD is coming back. Okay, so this time there's a little more in this picture, like those tools there. That's a pretty vicious-looking saw. I wonder how long it takes to carve an ice sculpture. Probably a long time. I really respect people who can make good ice sculptures. And these ones are edible, too. Me personally, the only thing I know about the Zodiac is Final Fantasy XII. The lyre doesn't have any strings! It's Lyra, wait, I was about to say Lyra Heartless Strings. Wait, no. There's a character in My Little Pony called Lyra Heartstrings. I was like, oh, the strings are gone. Then no. That joke did not work. Yes, Judy would probably have Cyclops right now if this was a Phoenix game. I do personally like the Psych-Lock mechanic quite a bit. Although I think it's supposed to be Psyche-Lock, but anyway, I've always said Psych-Lock. Then I saw somebody who called the Danganronpa thing Psych-Taxi, but I'm like, no, it's Psyche-Taxi, because that, you know, 2 syllables in both words. Psyche-Taxi, it kind of rhymes. So, yeah, Fender using instant cameras in the future is because of Judy. It's kind of cool how you see, like, the behavior in the future, and then you see the flashback that led to that. Another reason why I ship him and Judy so much. Waste a good hair day. Does, like, good hair day literally refer to hair? I thought it was just an expression. And this would explain where this comes from, what we saw at the start of the case. Oh yeah, Pokemon Black and White does have its own Zodiac. And yeah, Clink being Gemini makes sense. Ah, okay, so if it's an instant camera or Polaroid, or that's a brand name, so you can't really say that, but yeah. If there's like an instant camera, then, you don't have negatives to reference. That is actually a good point. Yeah, I think he went around and took photos of the other people's stuff, yeah. Lady Vigilia Zodiac's because of Hunter x Hunter or Hunter x Hunter. Why does Hunter x Hunter have so much in it? Yeah, so he was making the rounds, there was the crash, the ship fell down, smashed the chest, and that drew Judy to the room, and she found the body. Recapping. The film ran out just as he finished figuring out Mr. Gusto's work. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we referred to the film as cartridges in the fan translation, but I guess they are different for an instant camera than they are for another type of camera. It's like this kind of plot point, you can't really do it with like a modern day digital camera or like a phone, because like my phone has so much memory, like I've taken thousands of photos and it's not even close to being filled up yet. But when you've got a mystery like this, it does make sense that you've got limited shots in the camera. That actually does lead to some interesting plot points, like why his film ran out sooner than expected. Was somebody taking photos earlier? Graveyard Smash, I'm late, sorry. You just caught the start of the next pass segment. I like Gregory's taking his hat off and bowing animation. Instant camera. New film cartridge has 20 exposures, but there are only 3 remaining. Oh, wait, Bad. Oh, yeah, I recently was looking at footage of Investigations 1, and I forgot that even in Investigations 1's flashback, Bad has, like, graying hair. So this is actually a while earlier. That Maddie Kids will be the end of me. Maybe not the end of you. Yeah, Von Karma does not like Detective Bad. Because he doesn't like detectives who aren't corrupt. Actually, Gregory does kind of look like Heart Gold, Soul Silver Giovanni now that you mention an Ultimate Shadow. He went into Mr. Frost's room and didn't look like he wanted to be seen. So why are all the contestants acting extremely sus? This is like the most backstabby contest, although actually that fits for reality TV. In America especially. I mean, this contest, I don't think this contest was reality TV, but it kind of fits as one, given all the contestants were all like, you know, cheating, sneaking around, breaking the rules. It wouldn't... It's the kind of thing I'd imagine on a reality TV show, especially in the US. It is the night of 1,000 photos. Yeah, I still think Bad was really interesting to translate, in the sense that, like, he talks less strained when he has the lollipop out of his mouth. Oh, right, yeah, Heart Gold, Soul Silver's source code leaked recently. Yeah, I don't want to talk too much about that leak here, but, like, you know, it's pretty insane. Some of the early details. Like, the early, one of the most interesting things to me, personally, is that, like, Von Karma's not happy about everything. Also, yes, this is amazing. Thank you, Bad. But, what was I saying? Yeah, the Pokemon leak. So, like, the main thing that interested me about it, I don't want the chat to devolve into just talking about the Pokemon leak, though, but, like, the main thing that interested me was, like, early plot concepts for Gen 3 were basically Gen 7. Like, the president of Devon Corporation would have been the villain, and, like, it would have been very similar motivations to Lucamine. Well, not motivations, but a similar plot structure to Lucamine in Gen 7. So, like, they probably reuse ideas. A lot. Yeah, one of the things that also is interesting to me is that the Gardevoir line was apparently one of the last designed for Gen 3. Intellectual fan, there are some things on the leak that you wish you didn't know. Is that referring to the fact that Skylar is literally called, is literally, in the design document, was literally referred to as Sexy Pilot? Yeah. Like, so far there hasn't really been anything on the future, on, like, Gen 10 or AZ. It's mostly just been the stuff about past gens that are more interesting to me. Because I always like looking at, like, early development info on, like, anything. Like, back in the day, I was really into this, like a lot of stuff about My Little Pony leaked just before that show ended. And there were a lot of really interesting, like, early episode premises and stuff. Okay, yeah, there's one unplugged power cord. And, yep, losing power, that would mean everything would melt. Yeah, it would be hard to prove exactly when they lost power. It's not like, you know, when a whole circuit breaker is cut, you can kind of tell when that was done and, like, when the power went out, but, Here, it's hard to prove exactly when one singular power cord was pulled out. You should have taken a few more bites out of them? Wait, really? I've never actually had that kind of thing, but, like, you know, I don't like sweets in real life, so yeah. Apart from, like, gelato. Scrumptious except for the salty bits. The salty bit. The harpy thing. Okay. Gemini's liar. Wait, that's why it had no strings? Because you ate... This is a great out-of-context line. Frost sculptures were scrumptious except for the liar, which was salty. Yeah, that sounds suspicious. Oh, wait, the OG Sinnoh myths about humans and Pokemon were somehow way worse? Really? Okay, good. I'm glad I don't know about that. I saw the beta stuff on, like, the, this is why I don't want to talk about this, because I would get distracted from the game, but, like, I saw the beta stuff on, like, the, like, cosmology and, like, the Arceus mythology and stuff, which is kind of interesting, but, like, yeah, like, the way they arranged all of, like, but, like, pseudo-legendaries were, like, part of the legendaries. It was interesting, but, like, I don't even know. I don't want to know about that Sinnoh myth stuff. Okay, this is important, actually. Let me just go back to the history here, because we don't want to miss this. So, Scone noticed a funny little mark on Chillywinks' work. It was 2 letters. Where have we seen that mark before? Wait, how'd you even get into the display case to eat them? I don't know. Yeah, I always thought it was interesting. Her sweating sprite, she starts, like, dancing in place. And it's a bit awkwardly animated. It looks even weirder in HD. It's just like they're just moving the sprite a little bit. And she moves even faster when she's talking. Oh yeah, the teapot, I think. 2 items. This is the first, it would be the pH seal. And now the second, which would be the teapots. Yeah. I remember to examine the teapot when I was going back to redo the footage to get rid of story mode, because apparently you examine the teapot in both the past and present for an achievement. Yes, shouldn't it? So, I said earlier that localizing a certain name as having the same initials was a plot point. This is why. We had to make sure that the name was still PH. Yeah, I actually do have some paintings that were initialed like this. Well, not like with a stamp, but like with, you know, like letters. Paul Halik. So, apparently, Paul Halik made the ice sculptures. Artie Frost AF, he's skilled AF, wow, yeah. That would actually be some pretty funny initials to have for an artist. Mrs. Frost was, in fact, a fan of sculptures! We haven't got to move yet and we're getting this reveal. True. But why was that seal on the body? But yeah, no, granted, yeah, but what does matter is that Miss Bound believed that. Yeah, so, I need to look this up, actually. Like, because I don't know if this is 100% true. I'm just gonna look up the wiki for a second and see whether it actually says what the pun in Paul Halik was in Japanese. Yeah, here we go. Poru Hariku is a pun on, asking for trouble, or digging one's own grave in Japanese. So, they translated the name literally in the official localization. We went for Pierre Hockey, which... Hang on, now I need to look this up again. Because I want to see... Because I forget exactly what our name meant. Okay, it doesn't actually have a... Okay. Doesn't actually have, an actual pun in the fan-translated name for this. Okay. Yes, I wonder if this mysterious sculptor has initials. So this dude LARPed as a sculptor? Is anyone in this contest actually a confectioner? Exactly, Nocturnal Decay. So she was a massive fan of his. Weird how all these people managed to reach the finals of the contest. That will be explained eventually, don't worry.
Objection!
Yeah, I do think that Gregory's official objection voice clip sounds too young. Granted, he's like my age, so I shouldn't be saying that he should sound old, but yeah. One of the requirements areas of the contest was participants cannot be licensed confectioners. Oh, right. There's 3 missing, yeah. Well, not missing. There's 3 remaining. New film cartridge has 20 exposures, but there are only 3 remaining. Yes, Camelo Gusto was the only confectioner in the contest, and he also kinda sucked. Yeah, there's a lot of pictures that were taken beforehand. Okay, so she might have accidentally melted them. But, yeah, it is a little convenient. It's like, we can't exactly prove, though, that she pulled it out deliberately, unless her fingerprints are on the actual cord itself. Because, you know, if you tripped over it, she probably wouldn't leave fingerprints. Okay, so we got 2 photos here. And here we go! However, firstly, as we take in this very inappropriate theme music, so that was before, and that was after. So, doesn't look like anything else changed besides the pulled out power cord and the stuff melting. Wait, somebody did something in this case that I don't know about? How was I not able to coach this witness beforehand? Speaking of coaching witnesses... Wait, really? Of course he does. Being interrogated by this guy personally, probably not good. We need to get her therapy after this is over. Yeah, I kind of agree, Ender Lollipop guy. Glad that you can catch this live, the Mad Hoffer. He took literally everyone with him. Well, except you two. So I guess not literally everyone. So you did not use literally correctly. Yeah, I wish I lived in an area that had actual snow, but then some other people have told me in the chat, like, no, you really don't, because snow sucks. Let's go grab a burger at the local ramen joint. Yeah, I forget actually what that, I think it was just like, I don't think there was any food specified here in Japanese, but then again, I don't think I actually translated this scene in Japanese either. Is that also... Yeah, that's really short, that segment. I remember, yeah, there's a lot of short segments in this case. He took an entire circus with him. Yep, exactly. Snow is great until you have to shovel it. Fire Emblem Fates Revelation flashbacks. Gregory and Eddie can resist the gravitational pull of Von Karma's ego. I'm so sorry that I destroyed vital evidence by accident. Now, is this the part where it happens? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is. The guy they put on the case before you. So, this is actually really interesting because, okay, yeah, so Samson looks traumatized, they interrogated him without letting him sleep. This Von Karma method of interrogating, like, people who are suspected, and Lady Virgilia, if you're still in the chat, and I just noticed you are, you probably will find this interesting. This is actually true in Japan. Like, so this is actually something that might go over the heads of people playing this, and this is also why, like, it's important to know the original context of the, original script of this being set in Japan. In Japan, this really does happen. It is a part of the justice system of Japan that the game is trying to draw attention to. People are, like, you'll know it if you've played Persona 5, but it is, like, very well known that, like, they do just, and I think they can interrogate you without a lawyer present, I think as well. Like, and it, like, they basically, like, torture suspects with interrogation. And that's why there's so many false confessions, in Japan. Because people will eventually just confess anything to get it over with. Like, there's definitely more. I'm not really, you know, the best authority on talking about this. There's more info about this online. In fact, actually, also, speaking of Lady Vigilia being in the chat, her video on, Joker, her Japanese, cultural analysis on Joker in Persona 5, definitely goes into this too, with a lot of actual sources cited. The Persona 5 and this is why I'm glad this game has actually been localized now, because, like, this scene right here, it's not something that a lot of the other Ace Attorney games really examine in much detail. But it is, like, the Ace Attorney games are ultimately all about criticizing the Japanese justice system, and, this is very important, I feel. And I'm glad that people do get to see it. Yeah, human rights abuses when it comes to defendants, exactly. Like, I've heard people say that the 99% conviction rate is more because prosecutors just won't really, like, take a case they aren't certain they're going to win. But even then, it's still, yeah. Like, the fact that the, Some Asian wants the con. I recommend Some Asian going back in the vault and watching this because it's really important. But yeah, like, the fact that Persona 5 depicts, like, the courthouse as like a casino that's rigged in favor of the house, like, that also really says a lot. And yeah, no, I do agree that I'm not sure that the satire is entirely necessary. Like, not necessarily, no, sorry, I said the wrong word there. I just, you know, uses-winded myself. No, that the satire was entirely intentional, I mean. Like, apparently Takumi said he wasn't really intending on it, but even then, the fact that, like, people in the chat are sort of getting at this as well. Like, if you hated Von Karma before from Ace Attorney 1, somehow this game makes him even more hateable. I wonder if we have anything that will give him an energy boost. Although, regarding, the KJB, like, my hot take is I'm actually not a huge fan of the casino dungeon in Persona 5. Like, it's not one of my favorites, just mostly because you spend most of it in, like, back alley, like, backstage areas rather than the actual casino, but yeah, you can't get anything out of him. I wonder if you get something else from the attorney's badge. Oh yeah, no matter what you do, you get the same thing. Talking to him, presenting anything, it's just that. So, obviously we do this. So what's about to happen here is maybe a little inaccurate, but, like, it's at least a small pick-me-up for him. What would Von Karma's palace be? Okay, wow. Yeah. I don't even want to think what Von Karma's palace would look like. I do know that the whole thing about, like, the jury system in Apollo Justice was introduced when Japan was introducing juries again, and the Dark Age of the Law in the Dark Age of the Law in Dual Destinies was actually a reference to real legal controversies that were going on in Japan in around, like, 2013, I think. Yeah, I guess you gotta be careful what you hand somebody, in a detention center. Like, yeah, Von Karma having a palace would, like, I was wondering, like, so the funny thing was, this is a weird tangent, but, like, Master Detective Archives Rain Code, there were points when I was thinking about that in the context of, like, Ace Attorney, and I wondered what, like, the mystery phantoms of Ace Attorney, like, antagonists would look like sometimes, and weirdly, my idea for what Von Karma's mystery phantom would be was basically the actual mystery phantom they use for Yomi Hellsmile, so, like, yeah. Like, having, like, a half-angelic, half-demonic-looking thing. Yeah, Jedi Knight James, Lunar Gazer, that does sound kind of right for Von Karma's palace. Yes, Detective Bad is, like, actually a tsundere. Not such a bad guy after all. I don't know if that was in Japanese. I'm pretty sure that I didn't translate this scene either. So yeah. Yeah, I wish this was voice acted. It would be kind of cool. That actually does fit the music though. Yeah, I remember something like, I do remember in the Japanese version, though, there was something like, umai kono chocoreto, or something like that. Umai is just, like, delicious. Something I always found, like, weird about Japanese is, there are two ways to say delicious. There's oishi and umai, and, like, you say different ones in different contexts. Yeah, his hair doesn't, like, go back or anything. His hair's still white. So he feels better, and he has more energy, but he's not, like, totally, like, instantly recovered or anything. Yeah, I wonder if this was, like, again, like, thanks to Persona 5, I know that, like, chicken katsu is, like, stereotypical jail food in Japanese culture, and I'm not sure why. He couldn't taste anything, okay. But yep, Frost worked as a sculptor in France, where he was known as Paul Halik. Yeah, there's a lot about your contestants you don't seem to have known, just saying. So yeah, he's actually not French, and that is important to know. I think for a while in the fan translation, I kind of was thinking like, like I thought he actually was French, and then I got to this bit and was like, oh wait, actually he isn't, because like, basically like, we knew that it was the same person in like both names, but the question is which identity was the real one and which was the false one, and it's implied that actually the French sculptor identity is the false one. But yeah, it's why Mr. Halik was a recluse. See, I think it's implied that Artie Frost is his real name. And that, yeah, he faked being French because it made him sound like a more exotic sculptor, I guess. He never got around to the winter constellations. Oh, Miles Fuka, first time catching you live. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's nice to see more people here. I'm shipping again. Yeah. So, like, again, it's just like, I had to make sure that me shipping Judy and Fender wouldn't color my translation or anything. That was a weird thing to have happen, but yeah. Ah, yes. Artists strapped for cash and constantly in debts. That's a feeling that many people understand. So maybe he was hounded by Tender Lender. Tender Lender seems involved in, like, so much in this series. Like, they make a cameo in Investigations 1. Oh no, Fender, famous artists are the, like, money problems are just natural to famous artists, I think. Yeah, he basically did something the same as Larry, to faking something to make them more artsy. Cartodon is served in police stations because it somehow entices people into giving confessions? I don't understand that logic, but okay. It's kind of cool they actually do animate bad over on the other side there. Yep, exactly. And so, thankfully, the full report is off-screen. Yeah, so, like, this really is the game's, like, you know, like, detention center theme. I do love how, like, the detention center themes, they all have like, really overly dramatic names. Like, one of them is Elegy of Bulletproof Glass. One of them is, like, Ode to Security Cameras or something like that. I need to look up what all the names are, but they're all pretty interesting like that. Also, people in the chat are talking about what Manfred von Karma's shadow would look like if, you know... but considering that the shadow is meant to be like... I mean, granted, he does hide a lot of his corruption, like more blatant corruption from the public. Like, I don't know, because, like... Anyway, he'd maybe be more like the Persona 5 Palace Rules. Like, I was just wondering if his shadow would be more the imperfections that he has. Because, like, that's what he really wants to hide. Well, at least you knew that was in violation of the rules. Okay, so Delisha was already disqualified. Because, yeah, we actually hadn't known the results of the contest when we were investigating, so, yeah, she already got kicked out. They re-recorded Callisto Yu's objection in Investigations 1? Why would they do that? That's interesting, huh? Okay, so hang on. Mr. Gusto's creations were a perfect balance of flavor and design, at least up through the semi-final, but his final entry was subpar on both counts. And there was something a little unusual about his entry to the semi-final as well. It tasted identical to Mr. Frost's. They looked different, but you were eating the same thing. Oh, her objection just had bad audio quality. Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yes, so many photos, so many photos. So Mr. Frost entered the finals, that was really good, okay. Okay, so you didn't become aware until you had completed your assessment of, his entry. Okay, so you sampled the liar. You never tasted anything like it. But Delisha said that it didn't. Well, that's interesting. Look at this photograph. Wait, what is that? I know that's a reference to something, but I'm trying to think what. Ah, so he ate the strings too. Nickelback song, okay. A lot of people I knew were into Nickelback when I was younger, but I was never really into any, like, IRL music. So this right here is also really interesting. He suspected that there might be something wrong with his sense of taste. An inability to detect salty flavors. This is real, but... So this is actually really interesting. Save data, use it in a meme in their Ace Attorney playthroughs. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, okay, so yeah, this was really interesting. So, we will, in the fan translation, this is one of the reasons why I love translation so much, because you have to, like, research a lot of very interesting topics depending on what you're translating. And here, we found out, researching, or at least I did when I was doing some research for this, that this is real. There is actually a real condition. I think it even has a name, too. Yeah. You have a recipe for a cure back at your mansion. Yeah, it's good to know that he's not keeping secrets from his attorney. Yeah, dysgeusia, however you pronounce it. I'll be talking about that a little bit later, but yeah. Hypogeusia, we can't taste certain thing, or I don't... Sorry, I'm probably pronouncing this badly. It's when you can't taste anything outright. Yeah, we do use these terms at some point, later on, and I'm wanting to see if they actually did use them in the localization or not. At least he didn't have incuritis, exactly. Yeah. Oh no, he's giving off all the flags, isn't he? Yeah, so this is actually where her, I guess actually her name does fit for Duty Bound as well. So this, I think, is actually where her Japanese name comes from. Tsukasa Oyakashi literally means, like, look after your house, but it's a reference to this line, I think, that she'll be waiting until he comes home at the mansion. Both rarely are permanent, okay. So the fact that there's a cure mentioned in this game is not totally far-fetched. Yeah, I really like this detail as well. It's just, it's really great that he actually does want her to be her own person and do her own thing outside of him. And what parent wouldn't want their child to walk their own path? Gee, I wonder if that's meant to be, you know, talking to Miles, possibly. I was about to say something here, but then I was like, yeah, maybe I should wait until they're a, I'll just say parenthood. Remember the theme of parenthood. Lady Virgilia says the rare disease list is like in the thousands. Yeah, there's a lot of things out there. Oh no. I like how Gregory's like, oh yes, we'll have to do something about that. An ace up our sleeve when the time comes. The ace of the ace attorney. Yeah, I do kind of like the title Prosecutor's Path, but like Prosecutor's Gambit is good too for the chess sort of metaphors. In Japanese, it was just Ace Attorney Investigations 2, it didn't even have a subtitle. Oh yeah, this right here is also very important. Yeah, this is basically like a PSA on what to do if you get arrested in Japan. Just don't confess, because, like, this is also something else I learned from Lady Virgilia's Joker video, but the Japanese, like, justice system has a lot of reliance on confessions. So if somebody confesses, it's basically just taken as a complete 100% guilt affirmation. Yeah, I like, this game has a lot of running themes, and I like that a lot too. It's like, I've said in the last stream that every Ace Attorney game does have a clear theme to it if you look hard enough, but this one's a little bit more focused in the fact that, like, there are some very clear themes that are running through all three cases, and I'll discuss that more later because they don't become obvious until very, very late in. Jubiz in the chat says, my neurologist friend was surprised that you knew about Pagnosia because it's so rare, but yeah, it's in a lot of visual novels. I remember when I saw that in Spirit of Justice, I was like, oh wait, that's the thing from 999. Yep, security cameras have a tendency to quote-unquote malfunction, yep. Yep. Yeah, and this is the investigation's core theme of this game, by the way. Well, we never did a thorough investigation of this room, though. Donvid, I guess I kind of agree, yeah, the Dark Age of the Law is pretty heavy-handed, I feel. Uh-oh. Oh no, haven't seen the autopsy report yet. Well, that doesn't bode well. They also officially added the number to, not added, but like the localization kept the number of Great Ace Attorney 2, but that one it's more obvious there's a duology involved, yeah. Yeah, I love this case. I love the past segments. I like the present segments too, but like the past segments are really what makes this. It's just it's a really good case in general. For a while, this was like my all-time favorite case in the whole series. You probably won't be seeing those rooms again. Yeah. Basically saying we're not going to be investigating any of those rooms this time. Yes, having an autopsy report updated on you runs in the family. I like the cake-shaped, shaped drums. Considering that the temperature is, like, not, like, really cold in here. They probably are real drums, just decorated. That's a good line. Yeah, like, this, I didn't quite say this because I feel like it's technically a spoiler, but, you never get to go to Gusto's room in this whole case. I wonder if he tried to lick any of them in the past. Hello, Santa. Yeah, Santa's still a big thing even in Japan. Like, Christmas is still pretty much... Oh, it's basically, like, not religious in Japan. It's, like, all Santa Claus oriented. But it's still kind of a thing in Japan. Oh, again, just... That's amazing. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dead. I'm dead. Wow. I completely forgot that the game did this at that point, and yeah, I am dying. Male reindeer shed their antlers in winter. Winter, okay, sorry, I misspoke there, but yeah, winter. That's cool that he knows that, at least. I once did see, like, a male deer in the mountains in Japan, and it had, like, a whole... I've told this story before, but it had a bunch of, like, babies near it, and I was like, whoop, yeah, no, don't go near that. Probably a very, very bad idea. Very bad idea. Yeah, I still love how, like, somehow KFC took over Christmas in Japan and became, like, the Christmas food there. Awarded to Tangaroa, first place, International Confectioners Association, ICAAS. ICAS. Yes, the metaphorical award. So we're gonna be for charity work. And regular bacon bowl songs. Oh, that's nice, yeah. I feel like the fan translation, we didn't emphasize enough that it was a children's show. Oh, okay, they both live there. I mean, yeah, they're pretty rich from their show, but I mean, I'm glad a lot of the proceeds go to charity. Yes, perhaps they'll invite us when all this is over. It's not like this case is gonna end in horrible tragedy or anything. Not interested in going around with attorneys, huh? Well, I mean, give it a few years. Okay, so Delicia's room is with the snowman. I believe we did the fan translation before Frozen was a thing, so thankfully we didn't get to make any Frozen jokes at this point. Thankfully. Yeah, that would be bad. That would be very bad. That would actually be kind of horrifying. Oh, ice cream cone maracas. Yeah, I do like how the Little Thief theme is based on the investigation themes too. But yeah, Karage does sound better than KFC in Japan. I like how, okay, so someone in the chat says, I'm watching the stream while my sister paints my nails, and she saw Gregory and thinks he's hot. How do I break the news to her? I like that this person's username is just oof, because that's very fitting. Okay, so that lyre is not made of candy. Oh no. Oh no. Yep, he would indeed lick everything, wouldn't he? Okay, so that looks like most of what we can examine. So let's just check this out, which we know is going to have a body in it in the future. Yeah, Joseph, yeah, the long-term consequence, we'll go into that, I'm sure, in this stream. We'll probably get to the end of the past in this stream, definitely. Okay. So, this water is tainted with melted chocolate from Tangaroa's room. I would not want to drink this because I'm allergic to chocolate. Flavorings and colorings match the profile of those used in Mr. Frost's ice sculptures. Yeah, this doesn't look like a very sanitary fountain if all the food waste goes in here. Oh, well, speaking of unsanitary fountain, blood. Yeah, I think Eddie... It's implied that Miles and Eddie have actually been seeing each other on-off maybe a little bit since these days. I mean, not a lot, because he kind of, you know, cut him off with the whole Von Karma thing, you'll see. Ah, so maybe the chocolate melted in the water with the blood on it. Yeah, drinking fountain water in general sounds like a bad idea. Even fountain water that doesn't have chocolate and blood in it. There's a sentence. Blood probably belonged to Victor, most likely.
Take that!
Gained famous sculptor in France under a pseudonym is nice. Yeah, given how they made in Case 2 though, maybe Miles and Eddie haven't been seeing each other, I don't know. Frost's blood was found at the fountain, but not at the crime scene. Well, that is definitely important to know. Also, hi. Please don't eat too much paper today. Blood. I hope this is not Chris's blood. Resident Evil is so good. I was in like a retro game store with my dad once, and they were showing old commercials for games, and like the intro of Resident Evil 1 was there, like the original PS1. I was showing him and I was saying how hilarious it was, and he loved it. My dad loves So Bad It's Good stuff, but like, yeah, he really liked the Resident Evil 1 intro. Oh hey, it's playing Eddie Fender's theme. Did they play this theme earlier in the flashback? Wait, Shadowcoin, you almost drowned at a water park because the outtake flow of the river wasn't graded off? Wow, that sounds bad. I still love this song so much. Beautiful things used for ugly purposes. Yes, rock salt lamps used to bash people's heads in. I mean, yeah, Resident Evil didn't really get any less cheesy as it went even further. Like, you know, as Chaotic Keeper says, complete global saturation. Wait, this is first crime scene investigation? Wow, your luck is like as bad as Edgeworth's in. Because Edgeworth's first ever case prosecuting, I believe, was Trials and Tribulations Case 4, which also ended horrendously badly. I'm so surprised that Eddie kept being a defense attorney after this. That's not even the hammiest line Wesker has in that game. Yeah. Yeah, does Bad ever have an apprentice? I know that Gumshoe idolizes Bad, but I don't think they're actually, like, you know, like, connect. Like, I don't think they actually were directly apprentices, or... Yeah. Yeah, Investigations 1-4 was meant to be Edgeworth's first court case, but it never went to court. And you would know that because Trials and Tribulations says that, you know, that flashback was his first time actually in a trial. And then you remember that Edgeworth never lost a case until he met Phoenix, so you know that that flashback in Trials and Tribulations is going to end really badly. Von Karma grinds everybody's gears. Oh wow, they're saying the exact same thing, okay. Von Karma's orders, yep, he's blocked off everything, so I guess it's just Judy then. Oh wait, young Eddie makes a Goto reference in one of the investigation segments, but you forget where... Maybe if you present him the teapot. And I might have lost my chance to do that. I don't know if things will progress after I'm talking to her. She was greatly taken aback. Her happy music plays. Oh yeah, this right here, their name tags were all in Japanese in the original. These legit look really good though. Like, I'm not even into desserts and these look really good. So he loved the design of Scone's entry, but it probably was made of, like, paper. And he loved the design and flavors of Mr. Gusto and Frost's entries, but the problem was they tasted exactly the same. But their entries for the final tasted nothing alike. Because, yeah, in the final, Gusto's had no taste or aesthetics, and Frost had both. Whereas here, they both had both, but they tasted the same. Yeah, they look too majestic. Like, that's the thing. Like, that's why I don't really order a lot of things from fancy restaurants, because, like a lot of the stuff looks too artistic to eat. Yeah, the chocolate butterflies look pretty hard to make, yeah. Mr. Gusto's son was always here with him throughout the contest. Okay, well, that's a new information. Though he was nowhere to be seen during the final. So yeah, again, like, suddenly we're getting a lot of new information about the characters here. Gusto as a son. Everybody's cheating. Everybody should be on fraud alert. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is the Angel's Cookbook. So the prize, the Ultimate Cookbook, was actually not a cookbook for food, it was formulas for medicine. Cures for taste disorders and other things. Kind of weird they're giving that away as a prize in a contest rather than, you know, actually making those cures available to the public. Totally new medications that haven't made it to market yet. Okay, I suppose they assume that they're going to put it to market. It's just more about, hey, one of you is going to get the credit for this. Oh, I might have missed the chance. He says Goto's blacker than a moonless night. Yeah, that, okay. So suddenly, we have more new information, the Tangaroa Group, the master group in the fan translation. It's a major pharmaceutical corporation. Oh, okay, there is actually a Cold Killer reference in this case, that they kept in the localization. Good to know. I think technically this predates Cold Killer. Cold Killer X must be a new version, because that, I think, comes later than this. Oh, obviously it comes later than this, because that's when Phoenix is a college student. Ah, okay. This right here, I always reach for a Cold Killer when I'm feeling under the weather, which is never as far as I've seen. This might be a bit of a cultural thing that got lost in translation. In Japanese, it's joked that idiots don't catch colds. So that's probably meant to be a knock to his intelligence. At this point, at least. Okay, so his parents were in the pharmaceutical business. Well, at least they were supportive. At least they weren't like, you know, Mukoyoshi or anything, even the Japanese stuff. Oh, okay. So he was just sick of, like, other people trying to, you know, pressure him for the rights to all that stuff. So, yeah, people earlier were saying it was really weird that Delisha got all the way up to the finals despite not being a pastry chef and all of her entries being fake. Yeah, Delisha was actually a plant for the pharmaceutical corporation that his parents worked for. And you tried to help her win? Tangaroa said, screw Big Pharma. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay, you were afraid that the, you know, Big Pharma would come after him if he gave away the book. Huh. Yep, that's the reason why. Yeah, there's a lot of suspicious stuff going on in this contest. What was that? Wasn't that when you know, because Fender keeps, you know, praising her, like, cooking skills and stuff and saying that to die for. I'm getting reminded, there was something, I want to say it was Xenoblade 1, where, like, a character was like an NPC was like, that their eventual husband was like, oh yeah, I want to eat your cooking every day, and it's like, oh yeah, I'll keep making it for you. It's like, wait, that was my way of proposing to you. I just worded that weirdly. I think it was Xenoblade 1, actually. Like, it was Colony 9 NPCs. So yeah, there's a lot about, there was a lot of rigging in this contest. Oh yeah, what was he doing in Mr. Frost's room?
Objection.
The fact that Von Karma didn't want him talking about it means it was probably something incriminating. Yeah, obviously there's something going on here. I'm sure that people in the chat probably put 2 and 2 together on this. You know, if one of them had the design sense and the other had the, flavor. Yeah, exactly, Waluigi. Everybody cheating but me! I had a feeling it would be Von Karma. And now he looks very pissed off. Yes, some Asian fusion. Ha, exactly. So, yeah. This bit. I am pretty sure that I did do the fan translation for this segment. I kind of prioritized going for, like, testimonies over, like, I like the investigations too. I always enjoyed translating the testimonies, so I did a lot of the testimony stuff. Gusto and Frost connection. Yeah, that's basically what we did in the fan translation too. Connection between Gusto and Frost? It was simply a matter of coincidence. They both happened to be taking part of the same contest. That's it. Yeah, I do kind of like that, like how they do sort of characterize the different people giving testimonies. With Von Karma, it's always about pressing him won't do much. It's usually about just showing him evidence. I do really like this arranged version of the Allegro theme. This is not the shortest testimony ever, though. Hold it. I know there's a one-statement testimony in at least one of the games. Like, I'm sure there's a one-line testimony. How is Von Karma not removed for contempt all the time? Yeah. Yeah, Von Karma has a thing about sustaining his own objections, so that's something. Oh, Polly has the one statement testimony. Oh, Lotta gives one too. Okay. Hold it. Yeah, it is admittedly kind of, well, not admittedly, but why am I saying admittedly? Like, okay, like, one thing I like about the Ace Attorney series is they make the testimonies with major characters feel like boss fights, even though it's just dialogue, and it's something that I feel like a lot of other games should learn from. The only other game that I've really known that does convey that feeling well is Yakuza Like a Dragon, making its boardroom meetings for the, what was it, the company management minigame. Like, that feels like a boss fight, even though it's just people talking. Oh, Polly has two statements, but one of them is ... Okay. Wow, this is a really nice remix. Yeah, Turnabout Time Traveler had the ... testimony as well. So, I believe what I would do here, I think, would be, yeah, had different designs but tasted the same. I think this is what you need to try and point out here. Objection. They even look kind of similar too. Like, it feels like copying someone's homework and changing it slightly so they don't think it's plagiarism. Yeah, Omelette is great. Now, the funny thing is, like, I never had trouble with the boardroom meetings. The boardroom meetings were always ridiculously easy for me, but I must have just had good employees. Yakuza 0 managing a club into a boss fight. Oh yeah, there's the cabaret club in that too. Yakuza was really great with that. Oh yeah, people talking about the Trauma Center games making surgery feel like boss fights for major diseases. Yeah, I need to play. Like, to me, Trauma Center feels like Ace Attorney but for medicine. Like, that's pretty much what it feels like. Both in the exaggerated characters and, like, plot lines and also, like, the gameplay style. I actually own one of the Trauma Center games. I think it's New Blood, I think, but on Wii, but I haven't actually got around to playing it yet. I found it used at, like, a very obscure game store one time. But anyway, cheating. Yeah, exactly. They look pretty, like, again, this is like the equivalent of copying homework and only changing a little bit. I think Second Opinion is the remake of the first Trauma Center, and I really like that title as well. And yeah, so this whole thing, Von Karma's first testimony was basically just a test to, so that he could tell if we had figured out what he had. But I'll warn you, none of what you're about to hear will be in your advantage. Or, you know, you're not going to like what I'm going to tell you. Gusto and Frost's real connection. Again, this is like literally translated from the Japanese. I remember these testimonies very well. Oh, it's the Presto theme! I've never heard this arrangement before. Okay, that was still only 3 statements.
Objection.
Or rather, you wanted to avoid him finding out the truth before you could, you know, forge evidence and stuff. Yeah, I've heard about Attorney of the Arcane, which I think was one of those cases of a fan game that, like, started out as a fan game, but then became its own original IP. Oh yeah, no, I've watched Trauma Center speedruns. Like, I remember one of them at AGDQ where the speedrunner actually wore a real, like, smock, like, not a real, but like a replica, like, surgeon smock. That was cool.
Hold it.
And I like how, like, at the end of Trauma Center, it, like, it says, like, I think it says something like, if you're not a doctor, this game does not make you qualified to give surgery. If you are a doctor, you probably shouldn't tell people how many times you failed at a game about surgery. Like, it literally says that. This is a really cool remix, though.
Hold it.
They replaced the last chapter? I'm taking it you mean the remake of the first Trauma Center. Yeah, this is massively banger music, yeah. Yeah, well, that's like the equivalent of Paper Mario when Mario falls asleep with Luigi stuff. Oh, yeah, I remember this too, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, again, like, I remember this testimony pretty well. But I don't actually remember how you get through this testimony. I think I vaguely know what you're trying to prove here, or at least figure out. Yeah, he said the design is subpar. Frost was an amateur confectioner at best. Why cooperate only until the day before the finals? Gusto claims to have ended the scheme. Allegedly, he wanted to win the final on his own merits. Well, we know that didn't work out for him because his final entry was apparently crap. Yeah, he'd do it with the help of another for, like, most of the contest, but he'd win the finals on his own, because, yeah. Yeah, this one tripped you up too, Kiki Megami. Yeah, Von Karma is designed to be one of the harder opponents in this game. Oh, yeah. The two cooperate until the day before the final, then decide to compete on their own merits. So, I think there's something we have that relates to that. So those are the semi-final entries. Frost Sculpture was scrumptious except the liar, which was salty. So that doesn't seem to really prove anything. Yeah, at least Gusto didn't want to become a cheater, well, no, decide not to be a cheater for the end. But yeah, like, clearly Von Karma, for the final, like, he's definitely got a lot of false, like, confessions in this day. Contest rules. Oh, did we actually examine this? I think we did? I don't think we need to at this point, though. Oh, yeah, I've already done that, yeah. So we have the photo. The lid was closed until the ship collapsed, part of that treasure. I know there was mention that, like, we had details about the finals conversations, but, like, we didn't have any...
Hold it.
Like, we didn't have that in evidence. Yes, I would love to see this, by the way. It probably looks like some kind of, like, chibi caricature or something.
Hold it.
Yeah, there was, like, so there was something about the final as well. Like, one of them had both, like, was one of the final entries was good at both aesthetics and taste, and the other was bad at both. The implication being, I think, that they collaborated for one of their entries, and then they stopped. So they only got half of their cheating done in the final.
Objection.
Yeah, some will mention, yeah, when Gregory is, like, nervous, he smiles, because, you know, in the worst of times, lawyers have to, give their biggest smiles. Yeah. Must have some evidence that proves they were cooperating right up through the finals. Okay, yeah. So there's got to be something here. Smaller finger parts between twins, okay. The entire time. So, okay, oh yeah, so she lost a roll of cloth. So those were fake. Oh, unless it is the strings on the lyre, maybe. Frost sculptures were scrumptious except for the lyre, which was salty, unless it's like that.
Objection.
Yeah, it is this. Yeah, so this one is actually a bit tricky to get. I wouldn't be surprised if some people didn't quite, because it requires a bit of a leap in logic. Like, it's not a case of, like, the evidence literally spelling out, like, something, but it's more, you need to remember Tangaroa's dialogue and then think about what you might have that may relate to that.
Objection.
I mean, that's kind of true. Oh yeah, here we go. Well, at least Von Karma liked his wife's cooking. Seriously, I wonder who the heck would even marry this guy. Who was this guy's wife? Like, we never really find out, but I would be interested to know. Only one part of it wasn't perfect, though. Which, if anything, does seem to be proof. He has a wife? Yeah, I agree, some Asian who TF married him. And then, you know, Francisca exists, so obviously he did, but still. Yeah, he actually does have two daughters. We don't really know much about the older daughter. We only know about Francisca. Derek Silver, I often forget that a-hole is married. I mean, Von Karma's probably rich, so maybe, yeah, that could play into it. Also, Fender has a good point here. Carving the sculptures, like, making the flavored water and freezing it, that would take a while. So maybe he used the "here's one I prepared earlier" technique. Graveyard Smash, I've actually seen some people on Tumblr who would marry him. Oh no, Tumblr sexy man, Manfred Von Karma. There's an image. Someone think it may have been arranged, yeah. Oh yeah, this right here, I remember seeing these, seeing these lines with no context. Because, like, all of the dialogue choices are stored in a separate script file, and, like, I was like, okay, like, I was looking through them, I was like, wait, made ice the day before the final, made ice the day of the final, made out of something else entirely, or, like, I think it was just in Japanese, something like, not ice or something. I was like, wait, what? What? And then I got here, and I'm like, oh, okay, this makes sense now. But, like, the thing about, like, dialogue choices being stored separately, oftentimes, like, when you're doing a translation, they are stored with no context. So, like, that's how I think some in fact, okay, sorry, this is gonna be very weird. So I'm really sorry about this. I'm actually gonna go into my photos and show you something right here. It's a screenshot that I took of Fire Emblem 3 Houses a long time ago. And it proves my point. So let me see if I can find it. Here we go. This screenshot right here. I sincerely... So Fire Emblem 3 Houses jump scare during Ace Attorney. But, like, look at this. I sincerely hope the Saints' coffins were not damaged. They didn't. Like, that doesn't make sense. So what I theorize happened here was that these dialogue choices were translated... Somebody translated the dialogue bubble, like choice bubbles, without context. And that's how they got this. Like, it should have been they weren't. But, you know, without context, I can see how this would have happened. So yeah, I apologize for the 3 Houses jump scare, but, like, it's, this is how I theorize that the "this isn't small potatoes" thing happened in, Persona 5. Like, they had to patch that, but, like, when Akechi is basically saying, oh, by the way, I might die if we beat the final boss, and one of the options is, this isn't small potatoes, which is like, wait, that's way too casual for the context, but actually, yeah. Anyway, it probably happened because, like, you know, sometimes different translators could be working on different parts of the script, and sometimes somebody will be given, you know, a whole bunch of these dialogue choices with no context. I just realized something. I realized something very... Wait, I admitted that Von Karma's right. Oh no. Japanese translation of The Case of the Golden Idol. Okay, I don't know what that is, but if it's translated weirdly, yeah. PokeTube, only Fire Emblem game you've played is the original Warriors. That's actually interesting, like, to think about, like, yeah, but definitely, you know, play the rest of the series, because it's really good. I mean, it's a little not really accessible. Like, I always recommend starting with Path of Radiance, but, like, that's really hard to get these days. The only thing I'm accepting is perhaps one of the things you said is true. I'm glad to see I got back at the peak moment of the case, exactly, Avery AT. Yeah, I think we said Sherbet here. To be honest, I actually don't really know what Sherbet is, aside from Sherbet Land in Mario Kart, which is an ice level, so I was like, oh yeah, Sherbet's probably like candy ice or something. I mean, Awakening is a decent starting point too, I will say. Like, it's pretty accessible. These days, not so much, because it's actually quite hard to get hold of. It's not really sold for that much, though, used. But, like, also, like, Fate's Birthright isn't that bad, if you don't really care about story that much. Sacred Stones is also a very good starting point, too. Like, honestly, actually, thinking about it, you might want to start with Sacred Stones. Like, that's a really, like, it's very easy by Fire Emblem standard. It's got a good story and characters. It has, like, grinding, like, it has skirmishes, so it has most of the features of the modern games. And it's got great music and good art. So yeah, I redact things. I'm gonna, you know, change my statement to start with Sacred Stones. Objection! But yeah, Corjin Bet, yeah, the real challenge here is doing damage to Von Karma, because, like, there's a foregone conclusion that you'll know if you played the first game. Yeah, I probably should have done more research into Sherbet for the original fan translation. I'm so sorry for my Sherbet heresy. How dare you call my methods into... I'm sorry, but everybody should call your methods into question.
Objection!
I mean, yeah, to be fair, he's kind of got a point. Like, you know, if his line of logic is that Tangaroa killed the victim, then the collaboration probably wouldn't have anything to do with it.
Objection!
But granted, yeah, this is a possibility. Yeah, granted, yeah, why would he share details of something that might incriminate him? Maybe because he's very confident that it won't. Oh, going into the Frost room, isn't it? Yeah, I remember this. Like, trap in Japanese is wana, which is, I don't know, I find it kind of an interesting word, but I know it from, like, Mega Man 3 is called Buruzu no Wana, or Proto Man's Trap in Japanese. Even if it's a trap, even if it isn't strategically important, I had to go! Kanbei from Advance Wars, yes! Yeah. The thing is, the important part is Gregory knows this is probably a trap, and he's walking into this with the confidence that he'll be able to do something with it. Oh, that Mega Man 5, sorry, whoops, yep, no, Mega Man 3 is, Mega Man 3, I'm kind of annoyed they got rid of the titles of the Mega Man games in, Japanese. Mega Man 3 in its Japanese title is The End of Dr. Wily, question mark, exclamation mark. I'd hate for the proceedings to go on more than 3 days. Ah, now we get this photo. Welcome new students. But yeah, oh, he's up, the son is eating one of, Gusto's, like, candy blowing things. Yeah, that's actually really cool. But yeah, the welcome new students, I believe the fan translation did have to make new graphics for this photo, because that was in kanji originally. Oh, they moved the banner. Okay. They actually, yeah, did that. Gusto snuck into Frost's room to retrieve his wait, he retrieved, like, a school orientation day photo? Why would he do that? That doesn't sound like it's suspicious. Unless it makes it clear they're collaborating. Oh, right, okay, yeah. Their sons attended the same elementary school, so maybe that would mean that they could be traced, the fact they're collaborating could be traced back to that. Yeah. Oh yeah, Mega Man X6 was subtitled Paradise Lost, and they kept that even in English. The fact that Von Karma thrived even before the 3-day trial limit says something, yeah. And yet, even he says Nugor like his son. And yes, it is literally Nugor in Japanese too. So we always had to keep that in the fan translation. Things to be getting on with, huh? Sherbet is also a powder to sweeten with flavors, okay. Oh, did I say X6? Sorry, I meant X8, yeah. X6 is the one that everyone wants to forget about. I mean, hey, it's also Capcom, so, you know, it's kind of relevant here. Yeah, aren't Von Karma's cases meant to be airtight? Why is he still investigating the crime? I wonder. X6 and X7 are the reason why, you know, why the Mega Man X Collection 2 is not great value for money, because, like, half of it is terrible. I mean, X8's really good, but, like, maybe that's worth paying for the rest for. Like, at least with this collection, you know, Investigations 1 is not bad by any means. Investigations 2 is just better. Yeah, we haven't solved the mystery of the missing blood yet. Yeah, I did hear that X6's upgrade system was better than X5 at least, but the fact that you can permanently lose upgrades because a nightmare reaches one of the Reploids first is kind of annoying. I also love how there's a rescuable Reploid simply named FFFFFFF. So the blood in the fountain is Frost's. Here we go. Sorry, I don't want to be talking about Mega Man over this. This is the epic part. Here we go. No autopsy report. Missing victim's blood in the fountain. Well, this one's pretty obvious. Yeah, why remove just the blood if the body was right there? Unless... I think they did mention somewhere the body wasn't found. No autopsy report, body moved aside. Oh yeah, Joseph, Ciola saying that if Investigations 1 is considered the bad one of the duology, you really could not wait for 2. Reminds me of, like, I saw, like, there was, like, it was either, like, a subreddit, I think, post about Metaphor Refantasio, saying that, like, one of the reviews said the prologue was the worst part of the game. I thought the prologue was the best game I'd played in years. That really says something. Yeah, so this right here kind of ties into what I was talking about back in the very first part of this stream series, that, like I said, like, there are generally, like, 3 answers to a contradiction. Either there's something wrong with the evidence, there's something wrong with a witness's testimony, or the witness's testimony and the evidence are fine, but the very foundations of the case itself are wrong. And this is an example of type 3. Yeah, like, I need to go back to 1, honestly. I haven't played 1 in years. Because, like, Investigations 1 is still decent. I like 2 a lot more, though. But it's just, like Investigations 1, Case 3, I always found very eh. But I do need to, again, I haven't played that in years. So, yeah. Oh, honestly, I'm sorry. Okay. Gregory's amazing moment coming up, but before that I need to just say this. A commenter on one of the earlier streams actually told me this. So, you know in Case 2, the bit where they flash back to Lang's dialogue from Investigations 1? It's even worse than I thought. So, they actually spliced together different parts of Lang's dialogue from Case 3 of Investigations 1. So the whole speech they flash back to in 2 is not even from the same context. It's like one line is from the start of the case, and another line is from the end of the case. No wonder that sequence was so confusing for the fan translation. Like, it's just a bunch of Lang lines cobbled together from not even the same conversation. But anyway, so yeah, Gregory is figuring something out, and his theme is playing, so he knows something awesome's about to happen. Why did Mr. Von Karma hold back information about the body? Or rather, did he even have any information about the body in the first place? Because he likes to be perfect, so how can he be perfect about something that he doesn't know about? By simply not talking about it. Yeah, people had to search through the entire case just to find that whole, all the Lang dialogue, not just one part. Yeah. And unlike Edgeworth, most of those rumors are actually true. Yeah, so I love how Gregory still tries to be professional, like, even with Von Karma. Like, even though he got bad vibes from him, he's like, bad vibes aren't total proof. I need actual proof of wrongdoing before I accuse him of anything. But it's starting to feel like there's something going on here. And now that Gregory knows that, he's going all in. Yeah, I believe in Japanese it was like, my objection is to you, I think, specifically.
Objection! Objection! Objection!
Yeah, that's very true.
Objection!
I wonder if there's gonna be like a finger snap count or something. He probably snaps his fingers more in like the first game than he does here. Oh, I love how he's throwing his words back in his face. Found at the fountain, but not at the scene of the crime.
Take that!
Yeah, I agree. This moment is amazing. I haven't actually seen how Von Karma is portrayed in the anime back set. I probably need to. I've definitely seen the... I was about to say their name, but spoilers. The culprit of, or like the final villain of the second game in the anime. They're interesting. No, but I do. Oh, his finger snaps create shockwaves in the anime. That doesn't surprise me. It was barely in the first place. Yeah, so Bad actually got kicked out of the investigation for what he did to help us, but hopefully his sacrifice means something. Yeah, I've heard Season 2 of the anime is better than Season 1. Season 2 adapts the third game, I think? Oh yeah, and there are anime-exclusive cases as well. Yeah, I've heard about that. That was the most ominous autosave I've ever seen. I don't know if you caught that, but when he said, I look forward to destroying you in court, and finally you... See, okay, this is actually significant. I think that is the one time that Von Karma actually uses his name. I think he just calls him, like, attorney, and, like, in Japanese it was, with a derogatory suffix as well. This is like that classic trope of, I think they use it in Mario and Luigi when, I think at the end of one of the games, Bowser finally calls Luigi by his name rather than Green Starch. It's a common trope to show that, like, the villain actually considers the hero a worthy opponent, is they actually use their name. So... Yeah, this is significant. But did you notice that the autosave icon appeared right after Von Karma said that? That was like the most ominously timed autosave I've ever seen. Unfortunately, we all know how this is going to end if we've played the first game. Hence why I had slow-moving train wreck in the thumbnail. Oh, Transformers Animated does that with Megatron towards Optimus, yeah. Someone else in the chat said something I think interesting. Oh yeah, that the anime Season 2 had to, because the Season 1, I think they skipped Case 1 of the second game, but they actually had to put Case 1 of the second game in the adaptation of Season 2, presumably so that Maggie gets introduced so that they can adapt Case 3. I actually wonder how Recipe for Turnabout is in the anime, because people don't really like Recipe that much, but I heard that the anime radically improved Big Top, so I wonder if the anime improved... Like, I always liked Recipe, to be honest. I mean, Jean Armstrong is an annoying character, like, I don't... And he's probably an offensive stereotype, too. Like, I don't like Jean Armstrong very much, but other than that, I mean... I actually didn't mind Case 3 of the third game. Like, I thought Recipe for Turnabout was fine. I haven't actually played Mario and Luigi Dream Team yet. I want to at some point. So yeah, Gregory actually managed to impress Von Karma enough for him to become something of a rival, exactly. But Gregory has one more favor to ask of Bad. Oh yeah, didn't they have Sam Riegel voice Furio Tigre in the anime? I think they did. Because Phoenix isn't voiced by Sam Riegel, but they had Sam Riegel voice the Imposter as a joke. Apparently they redid Viola's character in the anime too. Yeah, I agree that Recipe for Turnabout is, overhated too, yeah. I think it's pretty good. The detective is arranging a little insurance for the trial. Cyberspace says that you like Recipe, but it's your least favorite case in TNT. Yeah, like, it's kind of like how... It's kind of like Case 2 of Investigations 2 to me, in that it's like, yeah, it's my least favorite in that game, but least favorite by that game's standards is still amazing. And Fender is going to be his assistant in that trial. Oh boy, that's going to be interesting. They made Viola's story easy to understand, yeah. Oh no. I don't think the fan translation of this was anywhere near this ominous. I'll expose Mr. Von Karma's lies if it's the last thing I do. Very poor choice of words, Gregory. Very poor choice of words. Because they were literally true. Sadly. Yeah, that's like a pretty intense to be continued, but even if you're just playing along and you want to quit, I would highly recommend watching the start of the next part too. Because it gives a lot of context on things that happens. I think? Yeah, exactly. Funny thing about that. Yeah, the chat's now reacting to this. Oh, you're on case 3 of Trials and Tribulation, don't want to be spoiled? Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, let's not talk about Recipe for Turnabout anymore. So yeah, they lost because we know from a fact that Von Karma never lost a case when we meet him in the first game. Underestimated Von Karma, he fought even dirtier than we feared. Yeah, the whole trial took about a year. I think this is actually not... I think this does happen in real trials. I was about to say common, but I think it does happen quite a lot. December 28th of the following year was when the verdict came down. So yeah, Von Karma got that forced confession. Again, this is the thing. This is what really does happen in the Japanese justice system at times. Even had himself a fake autopsy report. Yep. Updated autopsy report, though in this case it was 100% forged. But he'd gotten him to testify to being an accessory to murder. Yeah, Shadow Palkia, that does, like, if you don't want to watch these streams to avoid getting... This case is by far the one that does have the most implied spoilers for earlier games in the franchise. So, yeah. Like, it heavily hints at stuff in the first game. Granted, actually proving the stuff in the first game is kind of more of the twist than actually what well, you know, granted, there's a lot in the first game that you will find out for yourself if you play it. Like, it doesn't spoil everything. But we did know, it was known in the first game that Von Karma forged evidence in the last trial Gregory had. So that was a foregone conclusion. This part, though, is new. We did not know about this, about the forced confession. Bad was able to record the interrogations. He was tied up in some big other case too. I believe that's Investigations 1. Oh, here it is! So, here is a fan translation story that I needed to get to because this is really interesting. Yep, there is a character name that comes up for a character you never physically meet in the case. A cop named Ian Sideman. So here the pun is Inside Man. So our one, in our fan translation, we called him Replacer, or for Replacer. So in Japanese, the pun, I believe, was on, what was it? It was like, I know his Japanese name was Wataru Shirase. I think it means something like to cross over to, or to transfer authority to. You know, I'm gonna go ahead and see if the wiki even has an article on this guy. Yeah, here we go. And let me just check out his Japanese name. Yeah. Oh, it's a pun on to let one know or give notice. Okay, that's probably where Inside Man comes from. Yeah. That would make sense. So we went with Replacer because he replaced Bad. And honestly, Rip is a good name for a corrupt cop as well. I personally really liked Replacer, but this one works too. Yeah, the initial detective before Bad. He was alluded to earlier, Also, by the way, anybody watching this, don't look at the wiki if you don't want to be spoiled on stuff. But yeah. Oh, Bad's other case can't be KG8 because that took place 10 years later. Okay, so yeah, it wasn't. Right. So, I wonder if they're setting up a future thing with Bad then. Because I don't think we find out what that other case Bad was working on was. But anyway. So, Von Karma didn't get away scot-free. He got 1 penalty for forging evidence and being proved to have coerced a confession. He got 1 penalty. Yeah, basically a slap on the wrist. For all that. Yeah, he lost 1 single exclamation point. You know what happened next. Yep, first game. So Gregory would have gone for a retrial, and here's a graphic from the first game, except he mysteriously died that very same day. And somebody that I've been, yeah, exactly, like a certain defense lawyer got disbarred for the same thing. Von Karma, just a penalty, yeah, because Ace Attorney's justice system is totally fair. But yeah, somebody that I have chatted to about Ace Attorney just said something that I can't believe that I never realized before. So much would be different if Gregory had just taken the stairs that day instead of the elevator. Like, I can't believe I never even considered that, but like, when he told me, I was like, wow, okay. Yeah, it's always funny seeing artwork from the first game next to the new graphics. And after that, Edgeworth got taken in by Von Karma and raised to follow his path. Entirely because he hated Gregory so much that he deliberately raised Miles to be the exact opposite of Gregory. Yeah. Von Karma is certainly a human being that exists. Moral of Ace Attorney 1, elevators are bad, exactly. Yeah, if that hadn't happened, then Mia and Phoenix wouldn't have become lawyers. Well, maybe not Mia, but Phoenix wouldn't have become a lawyer, and Edgeworth wouldn't have either. And yeah, DL6 started basically the whole series. But Samson was convicted as an accessory to murder. So we said accomplice, but I like the official translation of accessory better. Mind if I take a peek at those? Yep, of course. Any Von Karma related document has been doctored. Makes sense. It's the updated case report. Oh, right, they're also saying accomplice. Yeah, convicted as an accomplice based on his confession. While in detention, Tangaroa discovered that he had a taste disorder which was subsequently cured via medication. Yeah, there's been a lot of alternate universe fanfiction about what would have happened if DL6 happened differently. DL6 is Gregory Edgeworth's death, by the way. Yeah. Von Karma didn't want us looking into the case before the statute of limitations was up. I wonder why. Okay, Chaotic Keeper, that is amazing. Like King Midas, except everything Von Karma touches turns corrupt. That's amazing. Like, some people are a little bit annoyed at this because, like, people say it's a retcon, but, like, they had a convenient excuse to make it a retcon. What we heard before was a lie because Von Karma, and we knew that he was not above forging evidence and doctoring reports before, so it's a retcon that I think is one of the more okay ones, because it has an in-universe basis. However, the statute of limitations did run out. I believe the statute of limitations on murder in Ace Attorney is 15 years, which was a real thing in Japan, by the way. I think they did change that recently, but yeah, it was a real thing in Japan. Yeah, to think, almost everything that happened in Ace Attorney happened because of a dessert competition. Statute of limitations, I'm not a legal expert, but it's like, basically certain crimes have a time limit on, like, when they can officially be prosecuted, and I think it's because, like, witnesses forget things, and evidence might decay and be unusable. But most countries don't have a statute of limitations for murder. Japan did for a while. It was removed in 2010, according to Red, Blue, and Grey in the chat. Oh, and just when we thought we couldn't hate Von Karma more, he also did this. He told Samson if he didn't confess, he'd make sure Judy was convicted instead. Oh, he actually does call himself Uncle still. That's cool. Yeah. Back in case 2, he said that he visits somebody regularly. Remember when I said back then to remember that information for later? That's why, yeah. Fender visits Tangaroa in prison regularly. Yeah, Uncle Eddie sounds way better than Uncle Fender, I'll just say. But I mean, the ice sculptures back in the day melted, so these obviously aren't the same ones. Yeah, now he's not a prosecutor, he's just himself. I mean, this case is very personal to him, after all. I feel like seeing Tangaroa in case 2 would have been a little too obvious and a bit too early to do that. I mean, maybe as a cameo. Who doesn't love paperwork? Ah, the parts in red ink are my annotations. He does call himself Oji-san in Japanese, like, consistently. So this is basically a direct translation. But okay, here we go. Note, statute of limitations expired 3 years ago on December 24th. We already saw this one. Artie Frost. No detailed autopsy report due to the body going missing. And then we have that. Yeah, we did see the chocolate cake. Yeah, and a small mountain of evidence from the IS-7 incident, yep. So basically we now have all of the evidence from the past. Or at least a lot of it. We have the ultimate cookbook, we have the finger marks, we have the salt lamp, we have the family photo. Yeah. Sometimes it's always kind of funny to me knowing what you get and what you don't get. Like, anything that you don't get given in evidence is probably not relevant. So, you know that that's obviously going to be relevant. You know that, like, the ultimate cookbook's going to be relevant. Now that we have them. Yeah, it's not red. I guess red would be harder to see against a black background. But then people don't usually say they highlight things in orange. Yeah, I do wonder how Francisca would react to all this information about her dad if she was present now. So those are perfect replicas of the statues from 18 years ago, and then there was poison gas. There's apparently only one piece of evidence in the entire series that's never used. Wow. Yeah. That is one of the kind of issues with, well, not issues, but like, it is a bit of an interface spoiler in the sense that, like, if you get given any evidence, then you know it's gonna be used later. Oh yeah, there is the judge's business card. Maybe that is the only one that's not used. I mean, you're only given that as a joke.
Objection!
Uh-oh. Everybody forgets you, don't worry. Oh wait, no, maybe the judge's business card wasn't even entered into evidence. Okay, yeah. Because you don't get it until, like, the very end of that case. An idea. Well, you know, forensics, probably a better, you know, source of this, but still. Yeah, I remember that there was actually one, like, there's actually one case where there's a piece of evidence that's important entirely because it has no importance at all. Yeah, the body in the fountain.
Take that!
The two victims were actually one victim. Yeah, I almost called him Sebastian on reflex there. Yeah. Eustace is freaking out because, unlike us, he didn't get to see the flashbacks. Always good to encounter a fellow winner. I wouldn't be surprised if Eustace actually has some of his, like, statues. Because, you know, he probably does come from wealth. Yes, but those police records are entirely wrong. How is his body not decomposed for 18 years? Yeah, well, there may be a reason for that. Yes, this is winner. Yeah, that would be such a bad thing to hear when you're on a phone call. So I guess Edgeworth called it?
Objection!
Yeah, I can, Eustace having his theme as his ringtone would be amazing. Yeah, pretty much everyone wears their prosecutor's badge except Edgeworth. Yeah, exactly. Fender's doing a pretty good job here. So, does the committee have some kind of connection to what's happened in the past? I wouldn't say Fender is competent when he tries, more that Fender is always competent, he just puts on a veneer of being incompetent. No. I am allergic to hugs. So hey, we actually do get to investigate now. Only one case after we've met Gavel and she's actually letting us be part of the team rather than trying to kick us out? Huh. I've barely seen K much this whole case, so yeah. So how Mr. Frost's body came to where we found it and the source of the ubiquium. Yeah, we never really found that out. Though it could come from anywhere, there's a lot of things that ubiquium is in. Yeah, Fender to me is a crouching moron hidden badass. Minty fragrance. Good thing Tails isn't here. Where did Sonic officially establish that Tails, like, canonically likes, mints? Yes, rather beautiful for a fountain that's a horrible health hazard and had blood in it at one time. And now has had a dead body. That water is so infected right now. Wait, is his theme actually called Wisecracking Candor? I believe we used to call it in Japanese joking motive, but I suppose Wisecracking Candor is a better translation. Okay, there's another Paul Halik. He was fascinated by oh, I won't be able to take the term fantasy, like, the same way again after metaphor. The math test. Okay, yeah. I don't think I did the translation for this part, so this dialogue isn't familiar to me. A lot of things feel very Greek. Oh, Sky Patrol had mints that keep Tails flying, okay. Well, oh, wait, of course he... Well, I wouldn't assume someone has a wife just because they have a child, but like, oh, I didn't realize he had a wife. And her humble servant, oh no, he was a simp. Good to know. Yeah, I get the feeling I'm going to see the words fantasy is dead a lot. I'm glad that Katsura Hashino specifically said that metaphor is supposed to be hard. Yes, paint the tree red, then become one of those card soldiers. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I suppose if she owns this mansion now, she's gonna make it all about the artist she was a fangirl of. Some thieving. I wouldn't be surprised if there was like an actual oh, Caper, you gotta be going? Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. I don't really know how much longer I'll go for because like I don't want the last part of this case to be too short. But also if I go to the end, this will probably be like 6 hours. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there really are like mock heist competitions out there. Well, that looks bad. Someone clearly... made a brown stain on the floor. That's not good. Someone spilt the tea! I actually did watch Inside Out 2 semi-recently. And it has a pH in it. I wonder what got broken. Oh good, having played Metaphor's demo, I thought I was just bad at it. Me too, but yeah, the fact they give enemies an extra press turn on hard mode is something they've never really tried before, and it's interesting, I'll give it that. Yes, I wonder who spilled that tea everywhere. Oh, that's a different version of him and his wife, okay. A man with a moon-shaped head and a woman with a sun-shaped head. Wait a minute. Were those characters in Great Ace Attorney based on this? Yeah. Though it just reminds me of, there used to be an old Let's Play of Kirby Kirby Superstar, that, like, had someone referred to, was it Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright, the Sun and Moon bosses? Someone referred to them as Mr. Sun and Mr. the Moon, and that always stuck with me. My parents. Huh. Interesting. They sadly removed the pants in the relationship. I mean, yeah, it probably wasn't literally saying that in Japanese. They still get the implication that maybe, you know, he was a simp for his wife. But then again, you know, I mean, you know, I mean, there are worse people to simp for, I guess. Just reminds me of how I'm suddenly reminded of it. I can't believe this. Freedom Planet has an Easter egg with two, like, literal hedgehog NPCs, blue and pink, and they're named Sunny and Amelia, and Amelia says, "People say that I'm too clingy towards Sunny. Of course I am, I'm his wife." But is simping for your wife better than friend-zoning your wife? That's the real question. Because Crom in Fire Emblem Awakening. So yeah, speaking of shipping, Judy definitely had a lot of, and I'm saying this not because I ship her with Frost, because I ship her with Fender. Judy certainly has a lot of, she probably, kept a lot of these. A lot of memorabilia of, yeah. I can't believe I got to mention that Freedom Planet detail in my last Sonic stream. Completely slipped my mind, but I found out about that just before the last Sonic Frontiers stream. So, the teapot. Wait. Oh. Is he gonna yell at us for not talking to him? Gee, I wonder who spilled tea all over the ground and broke stuff. Larry, do not hit on her. Do not get in the way of my ship, please. Or I will destroy you. Trying to think about, tough to think about moon-shaped head characters without thinking about Saint Garling, yeah. He sounds pretty awful. I've been looking at a lot, I don't watch, like, later One Piece. I've been looking at a lot of the TV tropes, pages for One Piece, and, yeah, Garling sounds horrible. Like, basically all the World Nobles. But he sounds bad even by World Noble standards. Like, as in literally partaking in genocide bad. But Larry loves to get in the way of ships, exactly. Yeah, doesn't he hit on Iris as well in the third game? Oh, and also he kind of crushes on the one who's already engaged in Turnabout Time Traveler, but that never went anywhere, obviously. The tea smells different. Oh no. Was there ubiquium in the tea? Exact same blend. Maybe somebody mixed the ubiquium with tea. He does hit on Iris and I will never forgive him, yeah. Doesn't he pull the exact same "I'm not talking to you anymore" on Phoenix in a testimony at one point? Yeah. So... okay, we haven't examined this yet. Okay, so that's where the tea leaves were. Oh, in the language of flowers, how and Lily's flowers have connections to the sun and moon. And sorry, this is completely irrelevant, but yeah, that was just mentioned in the chat. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh yeah, that is one of my favorite lines in all of Ace Attorney. In Investigations 1, if you present the Steel Samurai autograph to Larry, Edgeworth says, "Larry, I have one question for you, and depending on how you answer, I may let you live." Ah, yes. I believe in Japanese they did reference this trick, the pulling the tablecloth trick. Yeah. There's a joke about that in a stand-up comedy routine I once heard that was like, yeah, introducing the new act, Shards of Broken Glasses. I don't think Miss Bow would appreciate us destroying her priceless tea set. I was wondering if you'd actually lift the cloth and see what's underneath it, but I don't think you end up doing that. How I feel about the official names, most of them are pretty good. There's a couple that I still have a soft spot for, but I do like almost all of the official names so far. Some of them I like better than the fan translation. Like, Bastion Rook in the first case was incredible. Okay, before the officers were on Von Karma's orders, now they're on Winner's orders. Yeah, I seem to remember reading about this, that, like, somehow the police seem to think that Edgeworth would be able to walk through walls if he wanted to. Larry's all the way over there now for some reason. There's a lot of people to talk to in this segment. But there's also an empty cart. I mean, I think Larry's okay. I don't think Larry's a horrible character. It was in front. Oh, yeah! I can't believe I didn't even notice that. Wait, hang on. Was that in evidence the whole time? I didn't even realize? No, we only have the modern photo. Huh, you could move giant ice around, and the top of the platform is wet. Oh, some Asian, you have a flight to catch? That's cool, but yeah, see you. Well, I mean, pretty much everything will be well something to do with our case, but I'm gonna talk to Deletion now. I like how she has the Deary down. Love is for people you're not that keen on. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder what this was in Japanese. Again, like, I didn't do the translation for this part, so I can't remember what this was in Japanese. Oh, dearie me. And then Kay became British. The end. We haven't talked to Fender yet. And yes, this music, yes. No family apart from his son. Okay, so his wife must be, like, dead or something. Or, yeah. Huh. So, Frost's son and Gusto's son vanished after that case and nobody ever saw them again. How did nobody mention that? Although Frost's kid collected his inheritance at some point. Frost got no funeral, wow. And no need for anybody to find out they didn't have it, nice. Do you have anything to say about this? Okay, nice, Joker the Kitsuneko Phantom Thief. No, not Fender's not a widow. The Frost was a widow, apparently. Because, like, if the son had no family, like, or if Frost had no family when he died, then that would imply the wife died sometime before that. Not Fender, I mean Frost. Yeah. I'm not sure he'd have any reaction to any of this stuff. Oh, right, we do need to investigate the teapot, because that's apparently an achievement. Yes, sadly, his initials were not AF. And yeah, he could have been a divorcee as well. Possibly. But, like, the fact that there was, like, literally nobody to collect the body, I'd assume they'd even call a divorced wife for that. Yeah, like father, like son. There we go. Because I think that's the only piece of evidence that you can examine in 3D in both. Oh, wait, no. Oh, no, that's just a photo. Yeah, so that would be the only one. Uh-oh, we're gonna have to talk to them now. Yeah, I'm guessing that you're not gonna, you know, directly talk to them in this segment. Oh, and now it's actually thunder. Well, not literally thunderstorming right now, but I just heard thunder, okay. Kay will not be intimidated. Oh, we have to talk to you two separately. Yeah, if Frost was divorced, you would think the ex would go to some effort to find the son. Exactly. But why did his son only show up just to collect his inheritance? I mean, you know, it makes sense because, you know, the money, but still. So put this off as long as we can. I don't even need Cyclops to tell what you're hiding. Ah, okay. So, I wonder if we actually need to talk to Judy first, because we don't really have any, like, actual hard evidence of the tea being spilled. Larry figured out the tactic to win mind chess. Shut up. The only winning move against Edgeworth in chess is not to play. I think you might have set the poison gas trap. Happy music plays. Oh yeah, she took a lot of pictures. That must have been one expensive commission. The official localization is not using the fan translation as a base. I think it's been confirmed they did not use anything with it. Like, if they were using the fan translation as a base, like, people on the team would have known. So, they did not. Okay, so you wanted to finish what he started. It's kind of weird that the last, you know, the last set of, like, sculptures to complete his collection were perishables. Oh, I have returned. My flight got delayed a bit. Okay, we don't have the evidence to prove this yet, huh? How long did it take the team to translate? Well, for one, I was just one member and there's a long list of other people involved. But I think we started about 20... Oh, that doesn't work. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, I think we started about 2012 and it released about early 2014? Okay. Oh, right. Here we go. Oh, you can examine this too. Yeah, it'd be sure nice if it had a distinguishing signature on it or something. Yeah, it took a while. Granted, I was at university at the time, so I had to juggle working on this with doing, you know, like actually working at university, so, yeah. There were times when I probably could have done, like, we didn't really impose deadlines or anything, and like, yeah, there were times I probably could have worked on it more than I did. But at the same time, I'm glad we didn't really impose any kind of crunch, because, like, there was really no evidence that Capcom was ever going to localize it anytime soon, so we weren't really on a lot of time pressure. I was about to say, don't make me look bad in front of the My Simp 4. I don't want her to see the real me that sucks at everything. I believe the name Sebastian, you know, Eustace's fan-translated name, came from Saint Sebastian, who has an association with the arrows, because his Japanese name has arrow in it, like, or bow. And Cyclock successfully broken. You thought Verity might like a cup of tea. So it was a teapot. No words exist to describe how far away I saw this coming from. Yeah, Edgeworth and Larry's interactions are always gold. Like, I'm pretty sure her opinion of you can't get much lower than it is, but maybe we should test that out. Wow, he's actually groveling. I actually... Oh, wow, that was actually thunder. I actually read that as I'll paint you filthy portraits. That sounds really bad. I mean, yeah, this is true. Every time that there's a broken, like, cup or something, my mum was always like, oh, don't go there, because, you know, you could cut your feet. Yeah, maybe she is. No, Larry, stop. Ah. Oh, that's what you need to do with the logic, okay. I hope I don't lose power. Well, yeah, there was a cyclone on the east coast of the US, west coast, I think, of the US, and, yeah, I hope... No, wait, it was east, sorry. East coast of the US, and, yeah. East is towards Spain, west is towards America, Carmen, San Diego, that's how I remember that. But, like, yeah, I hope that anyone who lives around that area is fine. Yeah, Larry, once again, accidentally saving the day by accidentally helping us find vital evidence. There've been a lot of autosaves. She was one of your models. For a very long while. Her and the others. Unusual details this time, yeah. Every time Larry draws a sketch, it always has something very, very incriminating in it. Oh wow, a case with Larry as the assistant would be interesting. Your sketches. Yeah, it is interesting that Phoenix is not in this case, but they specifically wanted to make Investigations a Phoenix-less spin-off. So yeah, here it is. Here is Judy and Verity with Be Sure Draw Sparkles, and also Delisha is there too. And somebody else. Shots fired at Delisha. Phoenix is too busy preparing for his upcoming case that will definitely not go horribly wrong. So the colors are accurate. Well, that probably means the colors are relevant to something. Yeah, one of these trays looks a bit blue. Yeah. I forget what his art looked like in 3.5, but yeah, Larry is a legitimately good artist now. But I think I actually saw a bolt of lightning there, wow. Okay, so, I think at this point, switch teapots, tea smelling different. That's better. So the tea itself didn't change, but somehow putting it in a different teapot changed the aroma. Using Larry's drawings as evidence, revengeance, exactly. Anytime someone says, I just remembered, I think about, Persona 5 with the math teacher. I just remembered. See you, Derek Silver. Tea's leftover aroma. Minty fragrance. Now it connects. Yeah, I need to look back at Larry's art from the third game. Was it really that bad? Yeah, almost as if she didn't want the second teapot to be found. The math teacher was the one with, like, the glass. I forget her name. I may have an idea. Oh, yeah, Larry did do the sketch in the credits, didn't he? Of the third game. I mean, possibly, yeah, but also, you know this place extremely well, and two of the art gallery hallways look exactly the same. I mean, yeah, that is sort of true. Yes, Eustace is the house with all the lights on, but nobody there. I thought there was a talk here that I hadn't done. Apparently I haven't investigated the fountain yet. Probably should have. Yeah, why wasn't it all rotten? Yeah, exactly. People in the chat already pointed this out. Need I remind you that zombies aren't real? We've seen a lot of cases involving fake ghosts and, like, fake flying. I'm surprised that there hasn't been an Ace Attorney case where somebody fakes there being a zombie. Ubiquium and Asphyxium were in the fountain. Well, okay, wow, I can't believe I didn't investigate this sooner. This was important. There's also a large amount of sugar in the fountain as well. I thought it was Gumshoe. But he said before, he's a pro at leaking stuff to the defense. Oh yeah, Jukemon, apparently Phoenix does canonically defend Goro Majima in, according to one of the Project X Zone games. X Zone's such a weird crossover. It has, like, Valkyria Chronicles characters, it has Fiora from Xenoblade, it has Chrom and Lucina. Describe this stuff for me. Pale blue liquid. Taurus case just had a bunch of sugar in it. While the Gemini case had 3 different substances. Sugar, salt, and blood. Ah yes, everyone's favorite cake mix. And the sugar in the fountain matches the sugar in the pale blue liquid. Project X Zone is hilarious because there's all these superpowered weirdos and there's Phoenix, just an attorney who's caught in the middle. That's just Marvel vs. Capcom 3 as well. Ah, and there's one of the light-emitting devices in the Winter Wing. Yeah. It seems like the fluorescent cloths were involved in this. The image of Phoenix having to tell Majima not to punch the judge. For once, Gumshoe had a lot of useful things to tell us. And suddenly, music change. Hi there, Delisha. Oh yeah, Segata Sanshiro was in that too. I'm surprised that Sonic characters weren't in it then, if there was a lot of Sega stuff. Yeah, I know a bunch of, like, so I've seen some of the montages of Phoenix and Maya's dialogue in X Zone, and a lot of the dialogue is very awkward because it clearly assumes that they're Japanese. Tooth decay. Really? Really? Also, I'm screenshotting this. But I mean, considering that she's a... Well, actually, she isn't even a confectioner, so actually that is just a farm... Well, I mean, if she's a pharmacist, then maybe she appreciates tooth decay, because it means she has to sell more drugs to people. Maybe it just means she's really sweet, I don't know. Making gallery decorations. Making poison gas. Ah, yes. Amazing conversation topics. For saying sorry that you broke the rules, you gave her all your stuff. Oh, hi, Ghostman. So we're going alright. There's a bit of a storm right now, but hopefully it shouldn't affect the stream. 4 salt lamps and 4 luminous cloths. Kay should look at his old photos. Light-emitting doodads rather than diodes. Oh yeah, this right here. Yep, she has another luminous cloth on her. A somewhat grimier one. Fished it out of the fountain. So that's why it's dirty. Oh, right, yeah. If we check Larry's sketch... Yeah, she's getting the blue cloth out of the fountain and looking really shocked about that. Whoa, got a rare doodad right here, exactly. I remember, like, I played Xenoblade 3 for, like, a minute, and I instantly knew that line was going to become a meme. Okay, this is really important. So the one the victim was wrapped in also turned up in the fountain. How might someone learn how to make poisonous gas? Any pharmacist ever handled Infesticide Ultra? It says right there on the label, do not mix with products that are ubiquitous. Hint, 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 hint. We're totally not teaching you how to make poison or anything. Oh, right. Ah, the recipe for Infesticide Ultra is in the Ultimate Cookbook. Yeah, that kind of makes sense given that, you know, she was part of the pharmacy group that, obviously worked on that recipe book. Yeah, the company behind Cold Killer X. Like, why didn't they localize the Infesticide Ultra as Bug Killer X? Like, because it has the X on it. Like that's what... And I think in Japanese, it also has the X in the name. I'm kind of confused about that, honestly. Maybe they thought that it would be weird for a pharmacy company to have a medication and a poison that had that had similar sounding names. Yeah, I wonder why mustard gas is called mustard gas. Is it made like... Does it involve mustard? It doesn't have a recipe for poison, Jared Fayette. It has the instructions saying, do not mix it with this or you will create poison. Granted, like, the line between medicine and poison is very blurred at times. Yeah, she's still dressed like a chef even all these years later, even though she doesn't really need to. Oh, she's just trying to get her to change the nickname. That's amazing. What was... I forget what you... oh, that's it! That's it! I believe she called her Kumo-chan in Japanese, and that sounds like spider. So I suppose they kept a nickname that sounds insulting in the translation, yeah. But yeah, so we're supposed to have something to present to Judy to try and say, we know that you worked on the poison gas, but also we need to... Oh, that's it. That's what I suspect we need to do. Okay. Yeah. We need to deduce the blue tablecloth here, I think.
Eureka!
Yeah, they made it pretty clear this was white. Mustard gas is an atomized vapor, not a gas. Okay, good to know. Judy came out of the winter wing while you were cleaning that stuff up. Okay. And she had the blue cloth. Oh, right, lift cart as in, like, the back of it lifts up, yeah. So, we've got a little more to go on here. The Two Carts, the obscure Lord of the Rings spin-off. Yeah, that does kind of check out. Are they still misshapen? Slightly melted after being kept in her pocket. It isn't mentioned that they're misshapen, though. At least not yet. Okay, they aren't the prettiest, okay. Yes, Larry has drawn an upside-down man in the past, exactly. Okay, we've got the ultimate cookbook logic, but we don't have another logic that we can link it with just yet. We haven't examined this yet. Yes, let's not damage the priceless bonsai artwork. So, what have we got in evidence right now? Okay, we have that. Oh yeah, we can examine this. So yeah, clearly somebody tried to move the ice sculptures. Yeah. I forget if this was ever necessary. Investigating this like that, but yeah. So that lifts up. I think I've been asked what I think about the Ace Attorney musical before. Okay, she has a comment on this. I think it's pretty good, actually. Like, I like a lot of the songs. I haven't actually seen the full production. I've just seen, like, I've seen, like, they have, like, demos of the songs on their website. This is a while back, though. Yeah, you never once examined that cart, yeah. Which would imply that you don't actually need to. So yeah, that's clearly the melted, Ubiquium. Oh yeah, we can show her the ultimate cookbook. Let's not listen to the 2-hour song, okay? Right. Yeah, that was an interesting. I think I remember that in Japanese. But yeah, I'm actually wondering, like, how we proceed with this investigation right now. Is there more we can talk to Larry about? Oh yeah, because there's actually a thing right here that, that I haven't actually got to mention yet. Because there's a reference to Franz's Whippity Whip Trip, which, I finally found out what that was in Japanese. Well, I'm sure a lot of people would consider Edgeworth a super hot, something. Cake Crimes the Musical, starring Lex Luthor, exactly. Yeah, those are both ticks. I did the deduce there. Oh, Fender has new dialogue for Judy. His extended family kicked her out of this place? We didn't know that before. Oh, okay, wow. Is this even more like Japanese, like, commentary? Because adopted children do often have trouble being recognized by blood relatives in Japan. Oh, so that's when she got into showbiz. Okay. Yeah, I love how much Lex Luthor stealing cakes got memed when it was just from some random kid's book. Ah, here we go. She got the Ultimate Cookbook back from the Tangaroa group after they basically Yeah, this case is all the social commentary. False confessions, big pharma, adoptive children. Yeah, again, him being sympathetic towards her plight, just, again, makes me ship them. Okay, this seems like, yeah, it makes sense. So she could have easily found out how to make the gas. Now we have that. Yeah, she loses her father with a false conviction and then gets disowned by his family. Yeah, she's had it pretty rough. There we go. That's the complete investigation. I love the look on people's faces when they learn you're not a clown, the entire circus wasn't real. Yeah, the thing about that is, I was going to actually address that in case 2. The me about you're not a clown, you're the entire circus, Edgeworth never says that, but it really sounds like something Edgeworth would say. Oh, okay. Wow, to be continued already. I think I do want to do the next part, though. Because the next part is testimonies. And that's going to be interesting, yeah. Judy Bound's testimony part 1. Is this going to be an Alba? Are we going to get... Oh, probably shouldn't have said that, but yeah. Are we going to get multiple, like, save points in between testimonies? I actually do think, though, this is one of the few testimony sequences that I didn't do. Please refrain from taunting the boy. He does a good enough job himself. Okay, good night, Ultimate Shadow. This just sums him up perfectly. Yeah, it is found in dishwashing soap, but I guess you would have had to have used a lot of soap if the traces were found there.
Objection!
But we know, like, all this before she's even testifying, though, so there's probably going to be more to this. Yeah, we still never really found out why the victim was trying to blowtorch that case open. That would be a very strange suicide, though. Well, that was about when the stuff stole. When the stuff stole, wow. When the stuff got stolen, sorry. When you stream for hours, sometimes words get away from you. Yeah, there is that one frame where she dances sideways, and a lollipop guy. I do agree with that. But, you know, she's got a lot of reasonable doubt on her side at this point. When the stuff stole, yeah. Especially considering it's an art gallery, though it would be pretty rough to get the statues out, though. Yeah, it was, although King Goldark, it was explained back earlier, just, Tangaroa did not want his own company to get hold of, you know... Also, hey, Gregory's theme's playing. But he really just wanted to get the stuff out of the hands of his own company, because he just didn't like them. Turnabout in thinking, yeah, Gyakuten in Japanese, which is literally turnabout, but I think it's often like a baseball term. It kind of more accurately means comeback. But it's often used in the context of turning your logic around. The Gyaku in Gyakuten means reverse. Yeah, we found out then and we couldn't really prove that it wasn't an accident. Yeah, the fountain thing does go pretty deep looking at it, yeah. Already in the Allegro theme. Took 18 years, but at long last I was finally able to buy Samson's home back a little while ago. She must have made a lot of money being an actress and like a musical theater star. But a place like this is expensive to maintain, so I decided to turn it into an art gallery. To that end, I collected as many Paul Halik pieces as I could from around the world. Because if I'm honest, it's always been something of a dream of mine to open a space dedicated to his work. But that's all, okay. Well, that seemed pretty... fine? There wasn't anything clearly suspicious there. Yeah, above board's a good way to describe that. And this remix is pretty decent, although I do really like the Presto remix. It took 18 years for Allegro to kick in. Yeah, those sprites of her doing that dance that are exclusive to her, like, adult model, yeah, you don't see them for very often, but they are pretty good sprites. Yeah, I think Triple Threat's like a real thing. I remember it being like a, you know, a reality TV show at some point. Minus the singing. Yeah, we're not going to get an all-singing testimony until Spirit of Justice, sadly.
Hold it!
So yeah, this is where the look after your house pun name and her Japanese name comes from. And I guess Duty Bound fits that in English as well. I believe Triple Threat is acting, singing, dancing. I know that a lot of Japanese voice actors are both actors and singers, but I don't know if they have dancing as well.
Hold it!
Nico's gonna get to bed, okay, yeah. I feel like I'm probably gonna end this after these testimonies, but also, these are gonna be pretty major. Duty Bound means duty bound. In the fan translation, it was Catherine Hall for catering hall. We sort of went more for the literal, like, house idea, rather than, you know, but I like Kate as a name for her as well, rather than, like, the metaphorical idea of her, you know, watching over the house. It was like a dream of mine to open up a space agency's work. I was able to create replicas for the Winter Wing based on photos of the sculptures he made. Yeah. Okay, what do we got here relating to that? Statues matching those made by the victim 18 years ago. We don't have the photos from 18 years ago. That's probably for later. So winter is Taurus and Gemini. And here we have what looks to be Taurus and Gemini. But actually it was Pisces.
Hold it!
Yeah, Horus Knightley was because of horse, yeah. Yes, we saw the flashbacks. It was like we were literally there. Oh, right. Hinata's... triple threat is Hinata's personal skill from Fate. So, yeah, Hinata. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what you're meant to do here. The contradiction is replicas, and that would mean... I think it might be this. Matches that of the sugar found in the pale blue liquid in Artie Frost's room 18 years ago. Which would imply they're the actual things, not replicas. I think it would be this then?
Objection!
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the exact makeup, you would not really be able to recreate that easily. Wait, you remember that Triple Threat helped me kill a general with Hinata in the Blind Run? I remember barely anything about my Fire Emblem Fates Blind Run, except for Kazuya stretching. So, yeah, here's a gigantic reveal that Judy actually kept the original ice sculptures for 18 years, somehow.
Overruled.
The police were already there when they disappeared. How could you have done without them noticing? Yes, I am indeed very persistent. Waiting upstairs in the living area on standby. During the judging, you had to go change the camera's film cartridge. Before you could take the camera back, you discovered the body. Later, around when your father arrived, I began to make the rounds to serve tea to everybody present. That was when I saw Mr. Gusto entering Mr. Frost's room. Okay, well, this is all very kind of disjointed, but also this doesn't really seem to help us right now. Because, like, we still don't really have much to prove what he was doing in Frost's room. Von Karma got in our way before we could figure that out. Probably has something to do with the collaboration, though. Yeah, right now we need to figure out how she could have stolen those statues. How did the owner of this building somehow miss the contraband in the freezer? Yeah.
Hold it!
And yeah, it would explain why the statue here doesn't have strings, because if you recreated them from photographs, they would probably still have the strings. Unless the photos were taken after the strings were gone. And Kay's gonna go back and watch the show now, unless they took the show off the... I wouldn't be surprised if his Samson's conviction meant they just stop, you know, showing the show anymore. Like, and they'd, like, you know, ban it from being sold or something. Well, not ban it, but, like, they get rid of, like, all the, you know, they'd stop selling the, you know, DVDs or whatever. I may have watched an episode or two. I'm sure Gregory made Edgeworth watch, like, almost the whole thing. Because the trial did go on for, like, a year. Here we go. Pass the time before the judging began by practicing her dance routines. Was this the moment when she stole the sculptures? No, because I think Tangaroa did see the sculptures. During the judging. Okay, so the gimmick here is you need to figure out which of these statements was when she stole the sculptures. Oh yeah, I guess there are still Cosby reruns on, that would make sense, yeah. And now, number 3.
Hold it!
The VHS tapes of the show must sell for a fortune now, yeah. I wonder if she would continue to get royalties from it, maybe. Okay, that was about when she found the body. Yeah, the noodle cart in Apollo Justice is apparently meant to be where Maya and Phoenix went for noodles all the time originally, and that was, like, kinda lost in translation. But I mean, like I've said many times, ramen burgers are a real thing. I've seen them before. Yes, Mr. Tangaroa was in that one room we never got to see. The point at which she discovered the body. Doesn't sound like that could have been the moment. Oh yeah, her adopted family might have screwed her out of the royalties. Began to make the rounds to serve tea. Oh, I wonder if that's it. I wonder if that's it, because, you know, maybe what happened now could have happened then. While she was serving tea, she could have had the ice sculptures inside her car.
Hold it!
Because wasn't there a moment when the temperature of the saucers was different? Yeah, the saucer was cold. I thought so. Yeah, I want to try and press everything, but also I think this was the moment. They were hidden in plain sight. She hid them, yep,
Take that!
under that tablecloth. See, I do love how you find out the answers to all of these mysteries.
Overruled. Objection!
Yeah, here we go. I'm suggesting that she use this to transport the sculptures.
Take that!
Yeah, Flametix is catching on to stuff here in the chat. Yeah, so she removed those two. Which were hollow on the inside. Yeah, the IS-7 theme is really nice too. Oh, okay, so the cases were theirs. And yeah, the melting was deliberate. RDMW Watcher by says, took a nap where I miss. A lot, I'll just say. A lot. Statutes for dummies. Yeah, oh, I can't believe they actually got away with that in the official localization. You'd think people would sue, but yeah. In Japanese, this looks similar to the evidence law book from, Case 5 of the first game, but I don't know if I forget what we called it. So, here we go. Theft, 7 years from the date of the crime. Separate time frames apply with regards to claims for damages, etc. Yeah, this probably was for Eustace. Murder, 15 years from the date of the crime. The statute is suspended should the suspect flee to a foreign country. The statute is suspended from the time of any accomplice's indictment to the end of their trial. Well, those are oddly specific notes on those, but okay. Oh, you've seen For Dummies used a lot in media? Yeah. Yeah, I already went over this, but they're showing it again. So that means we can't prosecute Judy for theft. But we can prosecute her for the theft of the infesticide if, Ultra, if, you know, we can prove that was stolen.
Objection!
But is this revelation pointless? Yeah, true, you probably couldn't copyright X for Dummies. I'm just remembering that, like, I suppose it's a little bit more specific in that context. I was just thinking that, like, what was it? It was like, Space Quest, this old, like, PC game, had a few things that got changed later on in re-releases because they were too close. Like, Droids R Us got turned into Droids B Us, and Radio Shock got changed as well because it was too close to Radio Shack. But those were parodies of very specific brands, so... But, like, For Dummies is... Like, the For Dummies book series is a specific brand, though, I think, as well. I don't know. So yeah, now this is where things get very, very interesting. And also, yeah... This leads to a lot of stuff extrapolated about this case, when you really think about it. Because now we're about to find something that blows the IS-7 incident wide open. Where was Mr. Frost's body hidden?
Take that!
So here's the really, really disturbing thing. What if this sculpture, wrapped in blue cloth, was in fact a dead guy all along? And that's why his name is Frost. And that's why we called him Isaac Dover in the fan translation. Because his body was iced over.
Objection!
Okay, Hendrik Anderson, that's good to know. Iconic figure on the cover, copyright and trademark. The title, just trademark. Yeah, in hindsight, you could tell it's literally just a body wrapped in cloth. What was used to conceal the body?
Take that!
This, which was found in the fountain, conveniently at the exact same time the body showed up. Literally put on ice, yes.
Overruled!
I'm sorry, deletion, nobody asked for your opinion.
Objection!
Yeah, there is one of those power units for the cloth. There was a dead guy in it. There's like, that actually reminds me, there's something that happens in a different Ace Attorney game where, like, this shouldn't be that much of a spoiler out of context, but, like, one of the things that a comment pointed out, like, they started up as, oh, that's nice, they took a photo. Wait, why'd the photo go in the court record? It's kind of similar to this.
Objection!
Yeah, why don't the parents name their kids things like $1 million instead of names like Frost that make them end up like this?
Overruled.
The case names are... The localization embellished the case names a little bit. The fan-translated names are a bit more literal to the Japanese. Yeah, the top of this card is still wet. Yes, names like Robin Banks and Grant Larceny. There's actually a character, I think, in Carmen Sandiego named Petty Larceny, and a lot of people joke that her dad's name is Grant. I'm gonna name my kid Dead Man! Yeah, exactly. Oh, Patty Larceny, okay. Oh boy. Is Larry gonna come through? No, I know Larson is a real name, because, like, M.A. Larson is a writer for... Why am I referencing My Little Pony so much? Siri L. Keeler. People are coming up with so many good pun names in the chat right now. Will die soon. Seriously.
Take that!
He's about to point. Yes, because he's a much better artist now. Yeah, it's not quite the blue of the fluorescent cloth, yeah.
Objection!
Okay, Arsene Burns is pretty good. Yes, no case rests solely on Larry Butts' testimony. Is the fact that the chocolates were half melted, is that going to be actually relevant here? Where is the tablecloth? Ah, right. I don't think it's in the fountain. I actually forget this. Usually it's actually on them. Oh, she's actually... Was that not on her sprite in the early part of the case? Maybe it wasn't. How do I think a case with Phoenix as the defense, Gavel as the judge, and Eustace as the prosecution would go? Amazingly. Oh, it actually wasn't Kiki Megami. I did not even notice that. So that's actually really cool. I love it when they do things like that. They do something with the sprites in, well, models technically in this case, but they do something similar in Dual Destinies, but that one is way more obvious. But yeah, I did not actually notice that at all. And yeah, that's kind of the closest thing she has to a breakdown, that tear. So it's one of the more subdued breakdown animations in the series. But it fits for the character. Yeah. So she had no idea the body was in one of those, and by hiding the body, she accidentally was the reason why there was no body in the past. No body meant Von Karma had to forge the autopsy report, and that meant... yeah. So a bunch of people point out that, whoops, Judy Bound accidentally caused the DL6 incidents. And via that, she's responsible for basically the entire plot of the whole series. Just because she moved some sculptures of an artist her dad liked. Yeah. And it makes sense that she didn't know about the body when she stole the sculptures, because, like, she was surprised when she first found the body, too. Which means that the sculpture stealing would have had to have happened after that happened. So yeah, Judy accidentally created the entire Ace Attorney universe. Yeah, somehow she only realized the body was there after the statute of limitations expired. Oh, no, don't worry, Cyberspace. Judy is already on Unwitting Instigator of Doom. I've seen that. Speaking of which, so here's a weird bit of trivia about, sorry to give weird trivia about TV tropes, but the trope Unwitting Instigator of Doom used to be called Swiss Messenger. They changed the name of that trope because it doesn't make any sense to people who just see that with no context. It refers to a Swiss messenger who delivers a message to, like, in the Sherlock Holmes story, The Final Problem, I think. I forget exactly what the circumstances are, but it causes Sherlock and Watson to get separated, which leads to Sherlock's death. So that's where that trope name originated, and they changed it to have a more fitting name, but the spirit of the trope is that. Yeah. Why did she want to gas someone? We haven't found that out exactly. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, because if they found the body on display, it would be real bad for him, even though the statute of limitations was up. Well, I say him, but, you know. We kind of, at this point, it's all pointing to one person quite specifically. King Goldark, if you're going to bed, yeah, I'm probably gonna stop the stream soon. Because I think this segment's almost over.
Overruled.
Well, yeah, we pretty much have to. I know exactly who to blame for it is. It's Larry all along! He did it when he was, 26 minus 18. That would be, like, what? Like, 12, I think? No, wait, no, that'd be less than 12. Wow, my maths is terrible. Anyway, no, actually, it was this guy.
Take that!
Well, I'm sorry. But, you know, you try doing maths on the spot when you're streaming live, just saying. 8, yeah, it would have been 8, yeah. And there's the chat. Who's been messing up everything? It was Larry Butts all along. Yeah, I get the sense that she only intended to knock them out rather than actually kill them with the poison gas. Yeah, so... Frost? Not Frost. The killer locked it when they got in? Larry accidentally killing a guy seems plausible. Oh yeah, this is that kind of, yeah. Like, this is often a common motive for people who resort to vigilantism in the sense of, like, I knew that I couldn't trust the police. And, I am so sorry, everybody, but I think I'm gonna end here for the stream. Yeah. So, sorry, epic cliffhanger. There is only, like, one more part to go in this case, but, I don't think I'd be able to do it, like, this time. It's gonna be a few more hours, at least. There's still quite a bit to go, in the final confrontation. But yeah, you can probably see why I love this case. Yeah, this case is amazing. It's probably my favorite in this game. But yeah, it only gets better from here. So yeah, also, I love how there's someone named William Shamspeare I just got here, I'm sorry. Well, at least you can catch up on the VOD. But yeah, this has been a fun stream, and, yeah, I'll see you all next time for the conclusion of this case, and I don't know, maybe I'll start the fourth case next time, because, like, it's probably needed to have everything, though, in one part. I'll have to think what to do. But yeah, I'll leave you on the one note. Now you understand the other big reason why I ship Eddie with Judy. Yeah. So, yes. I will see you all next time.